Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Speed Gaming 4. This is the Super Metroid A Link to the Past Combo Randomizer Weekly Race. We are on hard difficulty this week, and we have a bunch of people in the race room. My name is Crazy Gamer, and joining me this week is Sky. Sky, how you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Hopefully everybody's doing well also and had a not too spooky Friday the 13th. It's still on my mind.
Indeed. So, we are pretty close to getting started, and I am looking forward to this. My first commentary on version 11.3, and
hmm
been some interesting changes to the game since 11.2. Do you know about those?
Yeah, so the biggest difference between the new logic, 11.3, which went into effect 2 weeks ago, I believe, is that the boss prizes are also now shuffled between the two games. So you could get a pendant or crystal from Zelda in Metroid. You could also have a Metroid boss on one of the Zelda bosses. So it does make for some interesting, decision making, and obviously the runners have to be aware now, just like before, of what's required, right? What do I need to get to go mode?
Indeed. So we will be starting momentarily.
Yep, we're just moments away here. Before we get started, just want to say thank you to Crazed Gamer, also to Maddie Hurd for being our tracker for the day. Thank you very much. Thank you to the speed gaming community for putting this on. Always a pleasure.
Yep, indeed. Yep. Comms is, whatever, but this does not happen without tracking.
Exactly.
So props to Mediwalk.
For sure. I think somebody said earlier in one of the other, maybe it was in the Discord, we will do a restream without comms, but not without tracking. And with that said, we are off. And we've got Blazer Gaming on the left with a Luigi sprite, and we have got Scupula on the right with, I don't even know, is that ToeJam Earl?
That's Earthworm Jim,
Earthworm Jim.
and that's a fantastic choice for a sprite.
Yes. Now, most gamers are probably going to head to Zelda just because of the density, but who knows? Maybe we'll get somebody
No,
Blazer looking like he's going to Zelda.
it's a normal start.
Yep. Yep, we got both gamers going to Zelda now.
Just 50 rupees on the island, so we don't have to worry about that. And yep, Blazer's gonna go to Link's house, and there's a grapple beam, and in hard logic, that's the first hint.
Ah, we might have a Suitless Meridia.
We'll see what the rest of it's looking like. And welcome the 164 viewers of Speed Gaming 3. We have just kicked off a Super Metroid Link to the Past combo randomizer weekly race.
Getting some bombs on the tree pole, that's always nice. And for our sprites in Zelda, we've got Luigi, so we've got double Luigi on Blazer Gaming's side. We've got Mog from Final Fantasy III on Scupula's side.
Alright, so the map check revealed Metroid bosses at Tower of Hera and Desert with a blue pendant at Eastern.
And we've got a bow already, and a lamp.
Scooby looks like he's going to be doing a trick called Houlihan that will let him get 200 and some odd rupees, which is a good for getting bombs in Kakariko if you don't find any on the way.
Yeah, the Houlihan gives you 225 rupees, so it's a good way to make sure you can get through Kakariko in one shot. You can get your bombs, you can pay off the bottle vendor. It's
And
one
as
of
a
the yes, it's one of the optional opens versus just trying to farm what you need.
and as comment chat pointed out, a lamp and a bow puts Eastern logic right away. But
Yeah,
it's a pendant, so that's a real feels bad.
it is. Unless we have that coveted pet seed.
Oh boy. Oh, ugh, that's that. Ugh. A cape. Oh, so that's awkward because a cape is
Yeah,
also part of what you need to get to Agawan. So,
yep. So Cape Lantern, that definitely puts Aga 1 on the radar. We just need a sword or a swag net to be able to finish that now.
Yes, but with the cape on, with the cape behind Agawon, it means you need to have two swords. And again, we hope we don't have to do it, but that's just a weird place for that cape.
Oh, gotcha. I must have missed it. The cape was on the ledge.
Yeah, cape is on Lumberjack Ledge.
Gotcha. All right, so we will need swords then.
Scupula blind checked the race game to pick up supers, it looks like. More supers in the library. Probably not coming back for that.
Probably not. And Scupula did pick up some bombs on the way up, so he'll be probably heading to the bomb shack to fill up, and then making his way through Kakariko.
Mm-hmm. With one, you can check one of either Blind's hut or the well. You ideally want a little bit more. Oh, there's a morph ball in Blind's hut.
Oh,
Oh, and a book apparently.
interesting. We have literacy. So yeah, surprisingly, unless he plans on going down and buying them,
Yeah,
I'll
with
probably
the
do that.
yeah, it's if you take the top down route, then buying bombs it makes it awkward to sort of route that in, which is why you would want to like go bottom up
Mm-hmm.
if you needed to buy bombs. Laser doing a think on the map.
Which we've got already said: Kraton, Hera, Fantune at Desert Palace, Pendant Eastern.
And I assume this is 774.
Yeah. The standard setting is going to be 774, so that means that you need 7 crystals to enter Ganon's tower, 7 crystals for Ganon to be vulnerable to be attacked, and 4 to open Torian to finish off Mother Brain. This is also the hard logic, which is for Super Metroid, meaning that we might get to see some extra tricks as we see a glove now in the well. So we might get to see some extra tricks in Metroid. That could be a Suitless Meridia, some lava or hell dives, meaning we've got certain spots we need to get to it in Lower Norfair, or I should say Upper Norfair, like Bubble Mountain, Ice Beam without the suit, and just some in general other tricks that definitely need some precise execution to do well.
Indeed.
Thankfully, I think we've seen at least one, if not 2 packs of power bombs so far, right?
At least one, yeah.
So
Looks
generally
like,
the magic number for those is around 15 or so.
yeah, 15 is like the comfy amount because if you do not find Ice Beam, you want to have 15 for Torian.
Hmm.
And just going through the Bryn loop, you want 15 is the comfortable number. You can do it on 10. 5, you have to refill somewhere or do some really precise placements.
Yeah, or some double backing. So it's 5 is definitely no fun. 10's doable, but you refill in like Edakuns or something like that. And our runners are just retracing their steps at the moment. One came from the north, one came from the south, but probably get to see in a moment which direction they plan on going. Also, got a rating party from Speed Gaming 3. Welcome of 164. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the SMZ3 combo randomizer, where we have the Zelda Link to the Past and Super Metroid games mixed together. All items, 316, are randomized between the 2 games' locations, as well as the boss prizes. So you can have a pendant in Super Metroid, crystal in Super Metroid. You could have a crystal in, or Metroid boss in Zelda. So anything could be anywhere. So it's a fun time to figure out this puzzle.
Scubula is taking the book right away to do the ped check, and it's a
Yep.
really big flying bomb. So I assume that's super missiles, and ped is dead
Yeah.
before 10 minutes.
Yep. Early ped dead. That's sad.
So there was a comment in chat earlier of how the boss prize shuffle doesn't really change things. It only changes a little bit because now because the pendants can be in Super Metroid, it means
Hmm.
a Super Metroid boss may be optional, where before it would not be.
Right. It definitely changes your thought process on the game. So having potential pendants in Super Metroid, where there's a fairly good density of items, definitely does change your thinking on how you want to approach it, right? So there's a lot of bosses where you can do a lot of Meridia, for example, without necessarily going and killing Dragon if it's a pendant. You can do a lot of Norfair and Lower Norfair without having to go and kill the boss and do the pendant. There's always the risk of leaving something behind, but definitely does change the thought process. Whereas before, you knew you were killing off 4 bosses, right? And you knew what was a pendant, what was a crystal in the Zelda side of things. So you can kind of plan your routing accordingly. So definitely things have changed a little bit, and I think it adds a little bit of complexity to the game that's more both more fun to watch and more fun to play.
So we're seeing a little bit of divergence here. So
Hmm.
Blazer has gone down to the dam. He's probably also going to check Mini Moldworm Cave. Scrupula has elected to go to Hyrule Castle Escape.
Hmm.
And this is a weird escape because he doesn't have a sword or hammer. He's just going to do bomb escape, which is fine. But you do have to be careful with how you use your bombs.
Sure. And he should be good. It looks like he refilled before he went in, so he's got plenty of bombs. I think 6, if I'm not forgetting, is the minimum number of bombs you need to finish this. But
Ooh,
also, does he need the key? Is he gonna have to reset or Death Warp to get to Dark Escape if he wants to
right.
do that? Or Dark Cross, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Blazar took a death in Mini Moldorm Cave, so that is 6 checks that are out. That's 5 in Mini Moldorm plus Ice Rod Caves. So
Right.
he's decided to go to Sank and just check back of Escape first. It may be a bit before he goes back to the South Shore.
Yep.
Alright, Scoopia found the map in the Boomerang chest in the Escape, and he's going to go to... There's a Moon Pearl in the back of Escape. Scoopio's going to be going to
Very
Zelda
good.
Cell, and because Blazer has the small key, he's going to check Dark Cross right now.
Hmm. And also with the Moon Pearl, that opens up possibly checking the water check. So we could see some fake flipper soon, being able to get into the waterfall ferry.
Yep, it really incentivizes a trip to the Zora area. There's a mirror in Zelda Cell.
Wow. So early on, we've got bow, we've got glove, moon pearl, mirror. I mean, we are a hammer or glove away from Dark World access, and we are 10 minutes, 52 seconds in.
hmm
That makes for a fun seed. It's
Yeah,
unfortunate we know Ped's already dead, though.
yeah. Having a Morph Ball early and a Moon Pearl early means you have a lot of things that are going to be opening up really quickly.
Hmm.
So deciding where you're going to go, like, it's a double-edged sword because yes, having a lot of things open right away is great because a lot of things are open, but at the same time, you have no idea where to go.
Right. Yeah, and once you see Morph Ball and power bombs pop up on your tracker, I mean, that opens up like half a Metroid. You're going to see the Bryn Loop open up. Being that it's hard mode, there are certain components of the Bryn Loop that in the normal mode, for example, might require the speed booster, where now we're going to see some mock balls to get into certain locations. So it's definitely interesting to see that early morph ball and some power bombs. So it'll be, and there's more power bombs in Mini Moldorm as we see. So we know both runners have at least 10, which is more than enough to complete the Bryn Loop. I'll be curious to see who goes there first.
Pupil is taking the um, back of Escape and took a lot of hits trying to get the key from the key rat, but manages to get there and finds that is only a piece of heart.
Which, with looking at early Dark World access, I mean, you may very well feel obliged to pick up as many hearts as you can early on.
hmm Especially with Green Mail, I would
Yeah.
not be passing up any energy upgrades um, at this time.
Same here. And good work on Blazer's gaming part to throw that bomb and then avoid the guard that came out of the bushes.
That would be an unfortunate death, just having a guard just pop up on you.
That would be. So I remember having a seed where there was a bomb there and I had to have a heart. So I couldn't get in.
So another awkward thing about the cape being on Aga is that the cape does give access to a couple of items. They're one-offs, but you really don't want to have to check out Bumper Ledge and find required progression there. Nor, if you don't find Keen of Burna anywhere, you don't want anything being in Spike Cave either.
Yeah, and not just that. You don't want to have Aga 1 be required, have the cape be the logical access if we don't get two swords. Or we'd have to get two swords to get logical access, I should say, to get the cape, and then have something on Bumper Ledge. So there's certainly some implications of that.
You would also need the boots in order to get the cape as well.
Correct. Yep. And everybody loves getting the boots.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Alright, so Blazer Gaming has done Fake Flipper to get what looked like missiles from the man under the bridge, and now I assume that they are going to go to the Zora area and pick up the items, as many of the items there.
Yeah, more likely than not, they'll pick up the waterfall items, which for some reason, and I don't recall off the top of my head why, but the Moon Pearl allows you to enter in water mode, exit, and then re-enter to where you can check the items. Something about having the Moon Pearl makes that work. Could still check Zora, although he doesn't have the money, but could get some information for what is on the ledge, and ends up with the Spazer, which early on is not necessarily a bad thing.
Got a Dark World map check. Green Pendant Mire, Red Crystals at Pod and Ice, Dragon Boss at Skullwoods.
So we are full clearing Dark World. Which means I think we had one pendant in Light World. Green pendant, so one of our Metroid bosses will be a pendant.
And that could go in a couple of different ways, because if the remaining pendant is Fantoon and Wrecked Ship, then you have to beat Fantoon in order to open up Wrecked Ship anyway.
Right.
Except for spooky missiles. So so not required, but maybe required.
Yeah. Pendant Fantoon definitely does make you think about, do you want to skip Wrecked Ship early? Do you want to go there, clear it early? There's 9 items locked behind Fantoon. So it's definitely something to where if that is the pendant boss, it's going to make you think about your routing decisions.
Scupula has gone to Super Metroid and is in Upper Norfair. He's going to try to get this so he can grab the item, kill the Nova, and... Oh, that was a nice trick. I've never seen that before, where you change the direction of the Nova so you don't have to race to beat it.
Yeah, I've actually started doing that where I shoot the super missile, especially if I don't have Morph.
Yep.
Because I've gone in there too many times, missed the... I don't know what it's called, the enemy, not gotten the door, and then you gotta wait for it to circle around before you can open the door, so... I like that super missile strat, just to make it easy. Drops it, changes direction, you can get in, out, you're good.
So from a high jump area, it looks like only a small shield is worth noting, and a lot of people would not even care about that.
And it looks like we might get a possible... Nope. Scoop's not going to Ice Beam quite yet. He's got the hard logic access to it, which is, I believe, 2 energy tanks to get to Ice Beam and the Crumble Mountain item. Which is where Blizzard Gaming looks like they're going with 3 E-tanks.
Yeah, it's still a tight run, so I don't... But Blazer has 3 E-tanks instead of 2, so I could see why they are making this play. Meanwhile, Scupula is gonna beat up Kraid, and this is the map check for Kraid, and it is a blue crystal.
It is a crystal. So what's that ice? Just $50? No big deal. Bottle. First bottle I think we've seen at Crade.
Hmm. So Scrupio's going to want to visit Sick Kid on the next loop around to Kakariko, which, if you get Dark World access, is a very real possibility.
Yeah, exactly. And we have the mirror, so we can loop that in while he's doing his other Dark World checks. And we are coming up on a Crade fight here. We'll see if we get some download content or not. So we check Crumble Bridge for just an E-Tank.
Trying to get that on
Little
37 energy.
on 37 energy. I'd think about it.
I mean,
Oh, Blazer taking an unfortunate death with means. Get reset back to wherever the last place he was, which I think.
so when you switch games, it does a save.
Hmm.
But if you switch games, the game will put you back at the ship.
So he'll lose what he found in the high jump area, which I don't think was too much, but
A small shield.
yeah, just a shield. No big deal there. Scipula, not getting the quick kill, but killing quickly Crade for a crystal 3. So we've got our first crystal of the game on Scipula's side, and is rewarded with some missiles.
Laser gaming is gonna go up to Gauntlet, which I would assume in hard logic is in logic with this loadout, but do not
It
quote me on
is.
that.
It is in logic, so with 10 power bombs, it is in logic to do the delayed wall jump to get up to the gauntlet. So these items are possibly progression.
Yeah, it is not an intuitive wall jump to get up here.
Yeah, it's one of the tricky ones. You have to do. Oh, and he's rewarded with a hook shot.
Hmm.
And having some Dark World access, or Death Mountain, I should say, access, that does open up some checks over on the Paradox side of things.
Scrupula finds a screw attack in Craig's warehouse.
Also very nice.
Yeah, getting screw attack early in Super Metroid is great because it
Hmm.
just makes a lot of things easier.
It sure does. It's one of those quality of life things. It's like half magic in Zelda. You don't need it necessarily, but if you get it early, it's going to make the rest of the game. Ooh, and an ice rod at the back of Gauntlet. Getting those quality of life items definitely does make the game a little bit easier to play as you go through.
And TR is a crystal, so we will absolutely need that ice rod.
Hmm.
But at the same time, I don't think Scrupula is going to be missing that anytime soon.
No.
Meanwhile, there's an Ether in Terminator, so we don't know if we'll need that, but it's good to have. Scrupula finding a piece of heart at Spazer and skips it.
Which, if you're confident in your Zelda game, makes sense, just to save the time on picking up the item. Again, this early on, seeming Dark World access on the horizon, I'd probably be picking up every heart I find.
Especially before a male upgrade.
For sure.
Alright, Blazer is going to go for the Mock Ball, which is logically required, question mark, but it is
Yes.
something that logic will expect you to do.
Yeah, it is logically required or expected to know that trick. For this part, in normal, you're logically expected to have a speed booster, but in hard, you are expected to be able to do the mock ball to get these items, so they are technically in logic. There's the one on the Chorizo, the two behind, the one up top here, the one under the bridge. Some you can access through various tricks.
Just a
Definitely.
generally just good trick to have, even if
Mhm.
you're playing in normal.
Yeah. Most individuals, when they start learning either speed gaming, Metroid, or SMZ3, the mock ball is probably one of the first tricks you're going to start to get to know.
Hmm. It's pretty easy to pick up.
Hmm. You jump, you push down, and then you do the Shoryuken from Street Fighter, and you're good to go.
Alright. Blazer's finding a heart container in Edacoon's, which, again, that's a good thing to pick up, especially relatively early.
Mm-hmm. Good place to also fill up on those power bombs, but I do think we've got regular bombs, so that's a nice safety net.
Scupula is making a desert dive, it looks like.
So we might see an Aginia check, and then jump right into desert. See if we're boots locked or not.
Well, not only do we have to see if we're boots locked, but... oh wait, nope, there's a fire source. Never mind, they have the lamp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right now it comes down to that big key, you know? We could either get the big key and the small key, if it's in the big chest, and get all the items that are there. Ooh, and a fire rod at Agina. So we've got both our fire sources now.
And apparently we missed Quake at Edacoon's.
Ah, gotcha. Good call.
We thank chat for that.
Thank you, chat. Yeah, so we are definitely rotted for Trinex.
Mm-hmm. And we're just missing everything else that we need for TR.
Yeah, we're missing some mitts, a hammer, a red cane. But we could kill Trinex if we got there. So if we don't find boots in Desert Palace, or if we're not able to get through here, where do we go next? Do we do Eastern Palace? I don't think has been checked.
Has Scupula done the Bryn Loop? Has he dipped Super Metroid at all?
I think he just did a couple. He did Crate in the business center, and we do have a big key, so we definitely can open the chest and get to the boss. So we're good as far as that's concerned for Desert Palace. So far, Blazer Gaming is the only one to do the Bryn Loop. Scoop just did Crade and the business center. Nobody's done any like lava dives or anything yet. I don't think, except for the ice beam and crumble tower check, which were nothing. So Eastern Palace does seem like where the game's pointing us to go with that lamp and bow, and nobody's gone there yet.
You really don't want to do a pendant when pet is not something you want,
Yeah.
especially not like if it's a blue or a red pendant. You really don't want to do it. But Scupula is probably going to full clear desert because there were only missiles on the torch, so we are not boots locked.
Yeah. So we'll probably get that crystal, and then I would not be surprised to see Scupula go for the Bryn Loop or either of our runners to go to Eastern. It is a pendant, but it does have 3 items. You are kind of being pointed in that direction to full clear it. I could certainly see a play there pretty soon.
So the trick Blazer just did, the gate glitch, is actually logically required in hard logic, where you have to shoot a super missile from the left side to open the gate from the right side.
Yes, just like he did for the Spore Spawn item, where he shot the super missile in a way that it was able to break that block before disappearing. Same thing on the gate glitch. There are some certain areas where you're expected to be able to do that to open the gate from the opposite side using an either green super missile or blue regular missile.
Yep. The Spore Spawn skip, though, is strictly a time-saving measure because you can always just beat Spore Spawn, but the Wave Gate glitch is something that, like, you could just actually just have the wave beam behind that because the game does expect you to do the glitch.
Exactly. And if you blinked, you missed it. Scupula with a nice, I think, first cycle Fire Rod Landmo, getting a map.
Yep. There was a little bit of a moment of trepidation for Blazer because he took a side hopper hit and entered 1-hit KO range.
Ooh, and there's our mitt, so there's our Darkwold access.
And rewarded with the mitts. So he just has to just make it out without taking a death. So he'll probably either go up through Old Mother Brain or find a way to get energy, because still, like, those side hoppers do 80 without any suits.
Yeah. So most likely he's got the bombs and the power bombs. He'll finish the checks on east side of Blue Bryn, I think it's called, or Criteria. I'm not honestly sure, but
It's retro brain.
Retro Bin. So he'll finish this off, check the Billy Mays room, head up, check Old Mother Brain as you said, and then probably go straight back into Metroid, I would think at this point. I'm sorry, Zelda at this point with the items he has. There's now a lot open. I mean, Dark Death Mountain now opened up. Dark Mountain itself is open. Eastern Palace. There's a lot of Zelda open right now.
Laser finding a heart container gets energy, but not for the game that he wants it in right now.
Exactly. It's always a feels moment when you get a heart when you need an E-tank, or an E-tank when you need maybe the Sank card or something.
Yep, so a question in chat. Scoop got a Metroid with a P next to it for being Lamolus, which I assume means it counts as being Phantoon. Yes and no. So that icon is for Golden 4 progression only. So if Scoopula goes to the wreck ship, it's not on. He still has to beat Phantoon to turn on the wreck ship.
Yeah, exactly. He's gotten credit for beating Phantoon, but for the purposes of the gameplay ability, to open up wrecked ship, still has to go and fight Phantoon, even if Phantoon were a not required boss. And I missed it. What was that, Old Mother Brain? Missiles? Okay. So nothing there, so we'll probably see Blazer climb up and then head back into Zelda. That would be the most likely thing to do.
So Blazer's not checking Chef Supers, which I don't blame because energy is a concern, but also 2 power bombs means you're that's the minimum amount you can do because you have to go in there and then come back out.
Yeah, he would orphan the check coming up here because I don't think he's done it yet on the left. So it definitely doesn't make sense. It's not in logic. It might become something relevant later on, but it's not yet. This item, however, is in logic, so you definitely want to make sure you're checking it, even though it just turns out to be missiles. So definitely agree with not checking Shaft Supers quite yet.
It's a good check to have, but if you don't check it now it's pretty isolated until you come back to it with Speed Booster.
Cupula, meanwhile, finding a map.
Uh-oh.
And I believe, is that the compass chest? Or is that the map chest? I don't even
sure,
remember.
but here's a nice little new feature for 11.3. Oh, well, it didn't matter because he already had the bombs. But if you picked up the item for Bomb Terizo, even if you don't have vanilla bombs, you still have to fight Bomb Terizo.
Yeah. Which the timing of it is interesting because the way the door is timed, if you were to go in there and then try to jump out, the door is closing when it's closing. So that is a possible soft lock location.
It used to be. It was fixed.
Oh, is it fixed? Oh, good to know. And I only said that because I got soft lock there once.
Yeah, that was in beta, and the timing is vanilla timing. So a human will very likely not make it out if you grab the item.
And it looks like more bombs in Eastern, so nothing really progression there yet. Or at all, because I think we're 2 items into Eastern, aren't we? 2 of the 3?
I was not keeping track of Eastern items.
Well, we shall find out. There must be something at the big key chest, otherwise Scoop wouldn't be going this way.
And Maddie Walkhard has said that there's 2 items.
2 items seen. Okay, thank you, Maddie Walkhard.
Inferno.
Blazer Gaming doing the beloved IBJ.
It is technically a can fly, and
It sure is.
It takes a bit, but this is logical access to this item.
And there's a couple different ways to do it. You can do it like Blazer Gaming is there, or there's a triple version, which is a little bit quicker, but it's hard to do. And
He's gonna pick up the E-Tank, which is fine because 5 E-Tanks puts the Upper Norfair Hell Run into logic.
it does indeed. 5 E-Tanks is what's required to get into Upper Norfair, so that means we might possibly be seeing a Hell Run at some point.
Also, Scoobular found the 3rd item in Eastern. It was a heart container, so he noped out.
Which basically means, I think the next step well, Blazer has the grapple, which I think we got early. So Wreck Ship, of course, is in logic, which means we're very likely seeing a Fantoon fight soon. But also, we have Dark World access, so where do you go? You know, where do you decide you get the most bang for your buck?
He's right here, so probably just check out Wreck Ship to see what the boss is going to drop. And fun facts, in hard logic, Vanilla Bombs also puts the Wreck Ship in logic.
Yeah, there's a couple ways to get to Wreck Ship in the hard logic. There is what's called the CWJ, where you do a jump. You just overshoot that pillar in the middle and jump off of it. There's also a horizontal bomb jump where you set a couple bombs and jump sideways. Those do give you logical access having bombs. Or not, actually.
I missed the map check on Fantoon.
I missed that as well. But the red pendant makes sense, I think, from what we've already seen, because the green pendant, we know, and we know there's a pendant on Eastern.
Well, we're going to find out in a minute or two anyway.
Yeah, red crystals, I think, were what? Ice Palace and Pod?
I believe so.
Yeah, and Pet is dead. We know that. We know there's missiles there. Getting to see a Fantoon fight on Blazer Gaming's side. See if we get lucky with the Doppler strats. Scipula doing those wall jumps we were talking about earlier, the delayed wall jumps. So he's going to get into the gauntlet now.
Gets to save some power bombs with screw attack.
For sure. Definitely makes it easier. And I don't think we found anything of value here, did we?
Ice Rod's in the back.
That's right, Ice Rod was in the back.
Oh, and hook shots in the front.
That's right.
No value indeed.
No value at all. See, this is what happens when you play and watch so many seeds. Things bleed together, you don't remember what's what.
Laser getting some patterns.
Yep. But getting some nice hits in. So probably have Fantoon finished up in possibly 1, maybe 2 more cycles if he gets
right
unlucky.
now.
Yep, right now. GG's. There's 2 bosses in Metroid that I still have a grudge against, and Fantoon and Batoon are the 2. And it looks like they picked up a crystal.
No, we picked up a red pendant.
Oh, red pendant. Okay, you're right. Alright, so there is our 3rd pendant.
And we'll see if this pendant is quote-unquote required.
So the first Monday after the new update went into effect, it was a pendant Fantoon, blue pendant Fantoon, which locked a bow in the sky. So let's see if we have something like that happening. Comment in chat. I think our commentator just doesn't like the sound of oon. You are correct. Batoon, Fantoon are nopes for me.
Nope.
Picking up a heart, much welcomed at this point, since we're probably not too far from Dark World access and still on green mail. A nice little mock ball from Blazer.
I think Blazer does have Dark World access. He's got
He
Blitz
does.
and a Moon Pearl.
He does. It's just a matter of when he decides to go there. So he's doing what we call a scum save here, so he's probably going to go check the wreck shipped E-tank item, see if there's anything there, and then reset if not. As Scupula is now into his Bryn Loop.
Now, I don't know if this is in logic.
It is. So there's a few different ways that you can get to the right side of the wreck ship E-tank area. There's a short charge you can do with a jump or something like that. But doing this bomb jump is something that could be logically required in the hard logic. And you just saw
Very
Blazer
nice.
finish it off. Very nice.
That is the
Now,
sponge bath, yes.
yes. Now the trick is getting through without dying and getting back if if it's an item worth keeping. Yeah, Gregor's, it's not a bad idea to come here early simply because of the density, it's available, it's open, but without having Speed Booster, you certainly might orphan an item, and we'll find out soon if that's something that is required or not, so it could be a double-edged sword. Rekship E-Tank not required, so you can see Blazer Gaming resetting back to the save spot.
Right, so there's a comment in chat that the red pendant is 100% useless. Yes, but because it was the wreck ship, you have to be fan-tuned to open up everything else behind it. So,
Correct.
so the pendant's not required, but maybe wreck ship itself is.
hmm Yeah, keep in mind there's 9 items behind Fantune, so even if the pendant's not necessary, one of those 9 items could be your red cane, could be your boots, gravity suit, Varia. It could be something required. So, regardless of that, we've got to kill him.
Yeah, Super Metroid's a little bit different from Zelda in that regard because
hmm
actually killing a boss in Zelda doesn't really like open up anything new, except that when you beat all 7, you can access Ganon's tower. But in Super Metroid, killing a boss gives you additional access through other things like wreck ship, for instance. Kraid opens up one item in his warehouse.
hmm
Um,
The
Dragon
Great
opens up,
Tank.
yeah, Dragon opens up plasma.
hmm You've got Crocomire with, I believe, 4 items behind him. 5, maybe? I think it's 5, actually. So there's 5 items behind Crocomire. So there's a few spots in Metroid where killing one boss opens up a few items. Definitely things you don't want to leave alone. You know, a lot of players might take a risk on skipping something just on the hopes that there's nothing there, but I think we've all been there if we've played a seed where, you make a call like that and last location something where you decided to skip. And we see just some bombs at the top of Wreck Shipped reserved, so we're going to be skipping that. Blazer with some nice short morphs to get out of there.
You're really taking a little bit of time to get to the Spore Spawn skip.
And just gets it. I'm a little confused by his approach to it, because if you just go to that tall mushroom and put the front foot of Samus on it, which maybe with Earthworm Jim, it's tough to see where that would be, but if you just move to that tall mushroom, then you can get that door open pretty easy. There's like 5 or so different spots where that might open. Blazer doing an IBJ to get up to the item in the sky.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky because you have to lay a power bomb in the middle of this in order to actually open it up.
If he does that, he might just go high enough to just shoot it and fall. Yep.
Or you could just scout it and just say no.
He does have enough energy to run across, and he's got the grapple beam, so he should be fine getting through to the bowling alley.
Yeah, the grapple beam makes it so you don't have to take any damage if you do that.
And we see here Scupula's working on the green gate glitch. Looks like he got it. And that is required in the hard logic, so well, we know that this is just a little bit of money, which is helpful. If you want to ever buy a potion or something like that. I don't think we've seen Zora checks yet, so it's worth grabbing. And we're still both just working. No, I'm sorry. Blazer has the Spazer. Where did he pick that up? I forget.
Waterfall.
Waterfall. Okay. So we've got the Spazer at Waterfall. We've got the pea shooter still on Scupula.
Two more checks in wreck ship. Let's see if this comes up good.
Yep. Let's see if this is a wrecked ship or a good ship.
I'd take ice. That I think that might be worth, especially in hard logic where we don't have a gravity suit yet.
Right?
All right, so that's concerning. We have a grapple beam. We have ice.
Yep. That is definitely pointing in the Suitless Meridia direction.
We would also probably want to see high jump boots at some point. Not
We would
required, but we
want
absolutely want to. Yes.
100%. We would definitely want to see them, but it is not required for a few of the checks. So that, I think alone, with the grapple beam and ice beam opens up, I want to say the Mama Turtle location, the super missiles that are just above the speed boost location. Yeah, it definitely opens up a bit. And now we see Scupula picking up his mitts, so it has Dark World access now.
Yeah, he'll clean up the rest of Retro Brinstar, and then we'll see where he goes. Meanwhile, Blazer is going down Red Tower, which is a standard play after you beat Fantuna and take out the wreck ship.
Yeah, agreed. I could see him going down Red Tower, checking those, and then hopping right over into Death Mountain and doing those checks.
Scooby's going to pick up the missiles in the ceiling, which, before you get charge beam, is, you pick up any ammo you come across.
Yeah, and they've got a decent layout. I mean, they both have enough missiles and super missiles to take out all of the bosses up to, but not including Mother Brain, so that's been good. But yeah, until you find charge beam, you definitely want to think twice before skipping ammo.
Blazer doing the heads-up play and farming power bombs from those slug-like enemies.
Yeah, and he'll probably pick up a few more on his way out, getting a nice deboost off of the little yellow jelly thing there. Just for 5 rupees, half magic, one of my favorite items in the game, quality of life. And with the fire rod that we know exists, I mean, once we do get to the Dark World, that's a Mothula, that's a Ice Palace dip, potentially, if we find some flippers. But also can be a fake flipper too, so could still get there as a red crystal. It might incentivize maybe a little bit of a logic break.
Now, Scubula has more power bombs than Blazer did when he passed through Old Mother Brain, so we may see Scupula check out Shaft Supers on the way out.
Yeah, we certainly could. He definitely has the energy for it.
Meanwhile,
I think Blazer had like what, 73 and nothing else at the time.
Yeah, he had, I think, much lower energy and 2 power bombs. Meanwhile, Blazer is picking up a heart container at X-Ray.
Yep, can't disagree with that. Again, the lack of heart containers so far, the lack of armor upgrades, the fact that you already have Dark World access, I'd be picking up hearts as well.
All right, Scubula now has to be a little careful here because he now only has 1 power bomb, and you need 1 to get out.
Yes. And it doesn't look like Scupula picked up the regular bombs. Where were those?
I don't remember, I think. Let's see.
Anybody in chat or
Mini
Matt,
Moldorm Cave,
remember?
apparently.
Was it Mini Moldorm? So Scupula's not done Mini Moldorm yet. Interesting.
And there was, chat says 300 in Shaft Supers.
300 supers. Gotcha. Okay, so no harm, no foul on missing those on Blazer Gaming's side, but definitely curious about Scupula not check in Mini Moldor. You might want to ask him about that later, about his decision to skip that.
Yeah, I could have sworn he did the dam, so...
Yeah,
But,
he was definitely in the area.
oh, he went straight to desert. That's why.
That's right. Yeah, okay. So I can see that. That's a defensible decision. As we now see Scupula getting into Zelda. See where he goes from here.
Yeah, it's still 6 checks on the table, so, like, if at some point he gets, like, stuck, he'll just go straight down there, which he might be doing right now.
Yeah, it looks like he is. And we've got Blazer Gaming going into face off Kraid, so we'll see if he can get that quick kill or the download content like Scoop did. Getting that bottle as well. More incentive to go back to Zelda and Kakariko. So at the moment, I think we're more or less just kind of retracing each other's steps. We've seen Kraid, we've seen Mini Moldorm. Where do you think we head next?
We've got Mitz, Mirror, and a Moon Pearl. We have to be going into Village Valcast.
I would agree. And I think with that Fire Rod on Scoop's side, it doesn't look like Blazer has it. You know, I could see him going to finish off Skullwoods pretty quickly, or at least doing those checks.
Yeah, I would say.
Oh, Scupula taking a death to a crab. Those are some hard crabs. They do 2 hearts of damage with green mail.
Meanwhile, Blazer getting the quick kill on Kraid.
Yeah, GG's BG. For some missiles.
Okay, so Scoop is not going back to Ice Rod Cave, which I don't blame, because if Flute comes up, you just easily go straight there with the Flute.
Right? Unless the flute's in there, and then it's a feels bad.
Yeah, that's pretty much last location Flute if you don't make it over there.
Yeah.
But we know it's not.
Right. Alright, so we are going to get our first Dark World access, Dark World checks.
Yeah, we don't have the hammer yet, so we can't full clear Thieves Town, but just another thing to keep in mind. It's another one-off that you have to come back to if you start running out of stuff to do.
Yeah, and I don't think we can clear Thieves Town anyway. I don't think we have a weapon to hurt Blind with either way. There's no sword, no hammer, no red cane.
Oh, you're right.
So no matter what, we can't beat Blind. We could do all of the checks except the big chest, which requires the key, unless the key locks itself in there.
Right, so this is probably just a Village Vow test check. Maybe also the Smith chain.
Yep, we could see the Smith chain. We've got the mirror, we've got the gloves, so certainly that's both in logic and reasonable at this point. There's Stumpy, there's the K45, so we've got a lot of things that we can check on the way to Hype Cave. Not having a hammer or flippers, though, does lock us out of the east side without doing some kind of a glitching.
Scoop has the blue cane.
Somebody has it. I remember seeing it. I believe somebody does. It might be Scoop.
Yeah, I think it was in Eastern, and I think Scoop did dip Eastern.
Okay, so if he's got the blue cane, it'd be debatable if he could kill Blind with just that, unless he got some potions.
I think you could. I think you could do it.
Yeah, yeah. If you're really good about your magic management, it could probably be done. All right, so we've got our map check, which we've already known.
And Scoop is going to take the dip into Thieves Town.
Which is a good call. I mean, at the very least, check the front 4. Hope you don't get map, compass, big key. You know, hope you get some items or something.
There's a map in the first chest.
There's a map. But yeah, with the blue cane, you're right. He could probably finish the dungeon if you had good magic management during the fight.
Minus the big chest.
Which very well could be not required if the key itself is locked in the big chest. So it just depends on using the blue cane. Blind is an interesting fight. It only requires 9 hits no matter where the hits come from. So it could be from the sword, the hammer, the blue cane, the red cane blocks. Actually, I think we had a race, I don't know, a few months ago, I think, where the red cane was the logically required way to beat blind, and the morph ball was unblind with a red cane required fight. It was very cool.
Right, so there's 2 items in the back of Thieves Town, and did we see Paradox? Did we see the east side of
We
Death
have
Mountain
not.
yet?
So this is our first time seeing the east side of Paradox for some arrows, some sticks, some missiles. And then there's what, 5 more techs in the next part?
Yeah, we've got 5 up here plus Spiral Cave.
Yep, and Spiral Cave is everybody's favorite place to check without boots.
Hmm.
Ooh, and we see a red cane.
That is a red cane.
And another energy tank. So without a Varia, it begs the question, when or do we see some of our runners here decide to make a play into Upper Norfair?
Yeah, you have to decide, do you want to do hell runs or do you want to do overworld checks in the dark world?
Mm-hmm. Which is, it's a tough call to make, and I think we've seen a lot of races where somebody decided to do the hell runs only to find out later that the Varia suit was in a fairly accessible location.
Yeah, and the fact that we don't have any swords yet points me
Mm-hmm.
in the direction of Super Metroid.
Yeah, I would agree. Oh,
Speaking
as we
of,
see.
alright, so we need... Do we just get that?
We
It's
can get,
Mitz plus Mirror? Yeah.
yeah, we can get that right now. We go to, we can't open up, of course, the Turtle Rock Dark entrance because we don't have hammer, but we could certainly go back down, do the Mitz block to get into the Dark World, do Super Bunny, and then go up and get that item. With Hookshot, we could do Hookshot Cave as well, so I think pretty much all of East Dark Mountain is open except for Turtle Rock.
So I would be surprised if Blazer does not chase that right now.
Yeah. Now, if I were Scoop, I mean, he could dive, after getting that red cane, like he could pretty much get through and clear all of Turtle Rock with the red fire rod, the red cane popping up. Oh,
Ooh.
and there are some flippers in the jail cell. All right.
So let's see. Mitz Flippers plus Cane of Samaria puts Ice Palace on the table.
It sure does. And we are just missing the hammer to put Swamp Palace on the table.
Granted, as you said, Hammer, I'm just like, oh, you can get into Ice Palace, but you can't get to Cold Stare without the hammer. So
Yep. Yeah, very true. Yeah, you can't get through the last block to Cold Stare. So it looks like we're doing some blue cane strats here. We'll have to see Scoop's magic management. Looks like he used about a third to get his first 3 hits. And he might just be able to pull it off.
you should be fine.
Yeah. And down goes blind with 0, maybe like a...
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
0 magic
0.
left.
That's 0.
So good use of that. Picks up a crystal.
Ether is the medallion for Turtle Rock.
Okay. Well, at least we know we could get in. Just a little bit of love in the first chest of Hookshot Cave. Some missiles. More missiles. Which is exactly what you want to see. And some power bombs. So Hookshot Cave coming up dry for progression.
Did he not pick up the sword? Oh, he doesn't have the mirror.
He didn't. No, he doesn't have the mirror. Where was the mirror? I thought they both had that.
Zelda Cell.
Oh man, that's going to be a feels bad. I'll be curious if we see any sword swipes or bombs at that point. He knows where the sword is, but can't get to it.
And it might be a bit before he gets back to Zelda Cell, because he has a lot of things he could check.
Yeah, Zelda, the front of Escape is one of those places where if you don't check it early, it's easy to forget.
Yeah, it's either a 15-minute check or a 2.5 check.
Exactly. Looks like Scupula here. He's grabbing Jeremiah. Can walk him over, having the mirror. He's gonna switch over, turn that in, pick up the green or the purple chest. No hammer, so we still have a couple checks left here. We can't do powder. We can't do the hammer pegs.
He has the mirror, so he can get to Magic Bat.
Does he have powder
Nobody has Cane of Samaria.
and the mushroom? I thought you had to have either powder or the mushroom and cane to do fake powder. Oh, he's got powder.
He's just got the powder. Okay.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that somewhere along the line. From Mini Moldorm? Gotcha. Okay, thank you, Matt. And just to be rewarded with some missiles.
Yeah. Tracking is difficult because the actual track, like the software it's used, can eat inputs. So.
And as we say that, we are nearing the hour mark, so would like to say, what is the command here? So we've got exclamation R, exclamation C.
Yes, give our runners a follow. They are putting on a great show for us today.
Yes, please give Blazer Gaming and Scupula a follow. My co-commentator, Crazed Gamer, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm just a gamer.
Myself?
I'm not the entire gaming.
Which could be. Myself and Maddie Walk Herd or Maid Walk Herd, give us a follow if you would. Always appreciated. Especially our runners. Again, they are putting on a great show. This has been a good race. It's early. Like, we know there's another hour and a half to 2 hours left of the race. Could you pick a front runner yet?
That's tricky at an hour because there's still a lot to find.
Mm-hmm. Scupula does have 2 crystals down, whereas Blazer Gaming does not yet. Although I think he killed Kraid, so that's not Kraid and Fantoon.
Yeah, so it's effectively 2-2 because Eastern Eastern's a pin. Well,
Right.
he didn't even complete Eastern, but it's
yeah. I think you're right. It's effectively even at this point, I think.
Meanwhile, Scupula is doing Skullwoods for get our first look at that.
Does seem to take a death. Was that on purpose?
That was intentional. He was on the other side of that.
Gotcha. Okay.
He could have used the mirror, but just get your hearts back.
Yeah.
Finding 2 keys and a big key. That's our first item.
Items. And there's 2 or 3 items in Skullwoods. I never remember.
2.
2 total, right. But having that fire rod can full clear.
So it's always when you're doing Skullwoods, it's always a question of do you go back to front or front to back, and it just depends on where you think the items are going to be. If you think Moth's going to have one, then you do back to front. But
yeah,
it's a coin flip.
Yeah, I think that, and also the items you have, right? Like, can I just easily go kill Moth, or do I need a sword, for example? You know, because at this point, he has not picked up a potion. His only way to damage Mothula is with the fire rod.
Yeah, and you definitely want a potion to refill your magic, especially if you do not have half magic. Oh, and also you need a sword to even get to Mothula.
Yeah, very true, because you have to cut through the vines or grass or whatever those are called. So he'll probably check the item under the bridge and then call it a day. Unless he finds a sword.
Easiest sword.
I don't know if it's proper to talk about other races during a race, but there was one the other night that was super fun, where it was like a sword go mode for just the Zelda race. It was so fun.
Those are icky.
It was probably definitely icky if you're the player, but to watch it was a lot of fun.
Blazer picking up their flippers from Blind Cell.
Mm-hmm. We're going to see another Bernacane blind fight. Oh no, Samaria Kane. So where was Berna? So Blazer Gaming doesn't have Berna. So we're going to see a
Eastern.
Red Kane fight here.
Burn is an Eastern.
Berna's an Eastern, okay. A little bit of a missed throw there. Alright, so there's 2 hits. That one's a little bit far. First 3 hits down. Alright, 6 hits down. So just 3 more hits needed, and then blind will be down. I actually just learned the other day, which is fun, you can use the red cane on the Armos Knights.
That cannot be a pleasant fight.
I was doing a fun... The new 11.3 has a lot of fun options with it, and we see Blazer Gaming picking up an option. But, oh, and
Calvaria.
various suits now at Graveyard Ledge for Scupula. Very fun. Okay, so no hell dives required. That's good. But I was doing a 0 crystals to enter GT mode, and got to the top of GT with nothing but basically random stuff and everything, and was able to take out the Aga 2 with the red cane. It was not fun. Or, I'm sorry, the Armos Knights with red cane, and it was not fun.
Thanks.
I mean, it was. You know what I mean. It was. It was, but it wasn't.
I got you. Alright, so Scupula is going to go check out Catfish, and this is a new check for us.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Blazer unearths the single arrow of destiny.
And we should start seeing some new information pretty soon, because at this point our runners have crossed what each other has done off the list, and we should start seeing some new plays. I would not be surprised to see somebody go into Ice Palace pretty soon, given that we've got the flippers.
Well,
Or
also,
Swamp.
Scupula has the mirror, so he could just do his Zora checks right now.
Yeah. Which makes sense. So he'll get his Spazer. And I think, just some rupees there. And we have not seen Zora yet, correct?
And good knowledge on Scupula to get a free green potion out of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's always good gamer knowledge. Remembering if you've got an empty bottle, throw it into the well, and you will get rewarded with green goo.
Now, that is specific to SMZ3. In the A Link to the Past randomizer, it is a random potion.
It is.
Or rather, random contents, because you could just get a fairy or a bee or whatever.
Right. And we're seeing a Hype Cave check on the left side. We see a sword and charge beam, so that's nice.
That is definitely a...
It's Hype Cave.
That's a decent Hype Cave.
I would take it. I mean, a sword and charge beam? I mean, those... I'm happy to see those.
Indeed. And we see a bug net on the Zora ledge, so probably not picking that up, but it's good to know that it's there.
Right? We have swag knowledge, but no interest.
Alright, so Blazer's going to go into Super Metroid, and he does not have Varia. We know where it is, but he's going to do some hell runs anyway. And
Yep.
Scupula is actually going to pick up the bug net.
He that's my scopula. So yeah, so Blazer having a little trouble getting that mock ball off. So there are two things that will logically block ice beam, I'm sorry, which are speed booster or being able to do a mock ball, which you're seeing right now. He gets it. That gets him under the second barrier there that closes down. I have neither had to do or seen a Swaggin' in a long time. Picking up, especially if you're thinking about hell runs, you're very happy to see an E-Tank pop up anywhere along that line. So without Speed Booster, if he wants to continue the hell runs beyond just Ice Rod Cave and Crumble Tower here, I think 5 E-Tanks logically is what puts Upper Norfair in logic. So we've had access to that for some time.
Yep.
And 4 E-Tanks to Croc if we wanted to do the gate glitch. So that is also in logic. Logic is the Crocomire area, which puts 5 items in play.
Meanwhile, Scooby's going to go back to Ice Rod Cave, and he's going to discover that nothing's there.
And can I say that no hell run is made complete without the horror of an IBJ entrance? And it looks like he did miss it. Recognizing that if he were to try to continue, he could Crystal Flash. That is an option. He's got the ammo for it and the counts, but that is nobody's friend. So he's probably going to either farm some health or, you know, it's slow, but not always a bad option necessarily to go back to Zelda, reset to the ship, re-enter Zelda, and then go to the mountain to re-enter.
Yeah, I would just say
Mountain.
he's going to Crystal Flash, for sure.
Yeah, and it looks like that's what he's doing. Why here, though, I'm not entirely sure. I would have probably Crystal Flashed along the way.
It's good to do it without the energy ticking down.
Yeah. Hey, this is hard mode. They can do it with the energy ticking.
Sure. Comment chat. Varia was in Graveyard Ledge.
Yep. Yeah, Graveyard Ledge area.
And Laser taking the safety save, and I don't blame him there.
Nope, not at all. Saving, even while it takes time, is a lot less time than dying.
Correct.
If you're doing hell runs, as good as you are, you never know.
Yeah, when you're racing, you play to your skill level, and you may know that it's the faster way to do it, to not do it, to not, take the safety save, but you should oh, this is, I was going to say, like, that's, oh, perfect.
Yep, got it.
Ice Beam on that. I keep calling it a Nova. I really don't think that's the name of it, but that's good.
I don't remember the name. He does have one more Crystal Flash. Those are just some supers. We can see some indecision. He's not sure if he wants to go for it. So we'll see a Crystal Flash pretty soon on Blazer Gaming side as he picks up those supers. We know Charge Beam is a thing, which I think he has. So I'm surprised he went. Ooh, and he got close. So he should be fine now to make it through to bubble.
But he can't do that again unless he finds another 11 power bombs.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do some farming to do another Crystal Flash.
Granted, there are enemy generators that you can use to refill, but power bombs do not drop as often as the others.
Yeah. So what's pretty common to see is he'll either save now and then go through and do the checks and reset, or he'll go to the top right first to the speed location where there is the farming spot and farm himself up some more ammo in case he needs to do another Crystal Flash.
So I like this. You can use the ice beam to
Hmm.
bounce off the waivers.
Yeah, definitely a good play. Gets you up there. Ooh, and we see a wave beam. That's nice.
So many beams, not a lot of swords.
Yeah. Ooh, the high jump boots. That's a nice
Uh-oh.
find.
Not only is
Some
it a
more
nice
super.
find, but that's another piece of the puzzle for
Hmm.
not bootless Suitless, just Suitless Meridia.
Yep. Yeah, with no gravity suit in sight, we definitely have all the pieces necessary for a suitless Meridia.
Now, this is a little dicey for Blazer. He's got 32 energy plus whatever's in his reserve. He cannot do another Crystal Flash, so you do need an amount of energy in order to get up to this enemy generator.
Yeah, he should have enough to get up there, though. So we will probably see a good amount of farming. If I were him, I would be turning off my ice beam right now just to make that a little quicker.
Meanwhile, Scupula is on the Fantoon fight and get through that pretty quickly, I would imagine.
Hmm? Yep, doing a nice job on Fantoon. Blazer having a little bit of trouble getting a lot more missile drops than I think he was hoping for.
Yeah, I know it's still nice, but until you're at full, you're not getting energy.
Yeah. And who hasn't been there where you're farming for health, you get nothing but missiles, and you die?
He's at full missiles and supers, so the rest
Yeah.
of this is going to be energy or power bombs. It's going to be mostly
Hmm.
energy.
Yeah, he should be good to go now. Power bombs drop pretty rarely.
Ideally, you do want 3 more to get yourself another Crystal Flash.
Hmm. For sure. The great thing though is having regular bombs. As you make your way through certain areas, you reduce the risk of soft lock, so that's good. Picking up $20 in the bubble wall and silvers.
Those are nice.
Those are nice, especially since we have the bow and we haven't cleared a lot of Zelda, so those silvers will come in handy for a lot of fights we have. There's Helmasaur, there's Vitreous, obviously Ganon. There's a lot of fights. Eastern Palace hasn't been cleared yet by Blazer Gaming or Scupula, so those silvers will come in handy.
I think Blazer did take off the Ice Beam when we went looking, because I think he's
Hmm.
just one-shotting these now.
Yeah, he took it off on the run.
It should be enough energy to check Double Chamber and Wave Beam.
Hmm. And he does have Wave Beam, right? Or does Scoop? Interesting he's killing those. I probably would skip them.
Yeah, Blazer has the Wave Beam. And, ooh,
Ooh,
that's a nice find.
that is Speed Booster on the way to Wave Beam. That is a
And
nice find. And a heart.
Scoop did his Sponge Bath on the first attempt, apparently, so super good.
Very
Of
good.
course, he's going to reset out of this, but still
Hmm.
good.
Laser with a nice exit.
Uh-oh,
I
uh-oh,
don't know if he's gonna
uh-oh.
make it. Nope, he's not gonna make it. Oh, Blazer. So he'll have to redo nothing in the top right, but definitely have to redo
Yeah,
wave
he's
area.
no, yeah, he's just going to come back for at minimum speed booster, possibly
Mhm.
wave.
Yeah. Oh, that just feels bad.
But he does have to get back through Cathedral again, and that's awful.
Yeah, that's definitely a time loss. Certainly it's going to help Scipula from a time perspective. Um, it's always easy in hindsight to say what you would or wouldn't do, but typically when I'm going from the left side to the right side, I'll resave in there in Bubble Mountain just to make sure. That's a tough call to make.
Yeah. And also, the silvers are up there too, so,
Yeah,
yep.
you're
Coin
gonna
flip
want
whether you do it or not. I probably would, knowing where they are. And also, if you get the speed booster first, then getting them is just trivial.
yeah. And question in chat: can Varia be behind a Hell Run? No. Sorry, Grand Hell Run, no. So they can be in Upper Norfair. So the various suit could technically have been, well, we know it's already at Graveyard Ledge. It could have been in Bubble Mountain. It could have been at Crocomire. Could have been at Ice Beam or Crumble Tower. But it could not have been in Lower Norfair anywhere. So no Golden Chorizo, Firefleet. The Varia could not have been there. And somewhere along the way, we picked up a Spring Ball I missed.
It's the Desert Palace big key chest.
Gotcha. Yeah, Speed Booster and Wave, if you're asking me if I'm playing, those are both worth getting.
Hmm.
With the ability to IBJ, I'm not sure if I would do what Scoop is doing here with playing with the floater green thingies. I would probably just IBJ up to the item in the sky.
It's it's a coin flip because if you mess up any portion of the IBJ, you are losing a lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a coin flip, I think. So it depends on the player and their confidence in their IBJ, but this takes a long time. Plus, if you see the item, jumping off of one of these and then landing back on them is not easy. And then getting to the top one, thankfully it's nothing necessary, but
Yeah, it's a hedge because you're either taking a long time, but it's a guaranteed amount of time, or you're taking you're saving a little bit of time, but you might take a fall and then waste more time.
yeah. Pizza Farts, I think that Earthworm Jim is just another one of the new standard pick
Yeah, you
choices for your
yeah,
sprite.
yep, you can just choose one of the sprites you want for Samus and for Link,
Yeah.
and Earthworm Jim I think is one of the newest offerings.
It, it is one of the new ones. Do you have a preference, Craze Gamer?
In Super Metroid, I just go with the regular Samus.
Yeah.
It's just uncomfortable for me to play with any of the others.
Yeah. I'm a Dark Samus kind of guy, and I play Shadow in Zelda.
Okay, so Blazer is gonna let the auto refill, and it's a slight inefficiency because your iframes do run out while you're refilling, so you will take damage as your health is going back up, so you don't get the full refill.
People are meanwhile picking up his Ice Beam.
Luckily, Blazer Game is sort of out of the water because now that he has Speed Booster, he can just take Frog Speedway back.
Right. Ooh, and
Oh!
just missing it. So when you're doing a Crystal Flash, it will only take effect if your health is below 50 and your energy reserves are empty. You need to have 10 missiles, 10 super missiles, and technically 11 power bombs, because you need 1 power bomb to lay and then 10 for the cost. But if you lay it too late, if your energy reaches 0 before it officially hits, you will die. So we've seen that a couple times. That's rough.
And it's also why doing it in a non-heated room is obviously a lot safer than doing it in a heated room.
For sure, which you did say before, right? It's definitely safer to do it there. But if you're going to do it in a heated room, you want to set the power bomb when you're around 70-ish health. And that way the timing works out to where it's going off when well before you're getting to the 0%. He's been setting it around 50 health, and then by the time it kicks off, he's already dead.
Yeah, what I was a little bit confused about though is that he was in Bubble Mountain, and that's not a heated room. So he went into the heated room to get down, but then he stayed in the heated room. So
Yeah, very true. He should have, because he was in the top right corner there where it is heated. He should have just let his energy fall a little bit down and then leave the room. Definitely.
but he'll try it again, and he'll take the save in Bubble Mountain, and I do like this too.
hmm
Meanwhile, Scoop picks up half magic.
And I said it earlier, I'll say it again. One of my favorite quality of life items.
So now where does Scoop go? Oh, obviously, he has Fairy, so he's just going to go into Upper Norfair and not worry about anything.
hmm Do his X-ray check. Everybody's second favorite check, because check tool is obviously a number 1.
100%.
Oh, and he gets bit by the worm.
So the question, does he have enough to get back? But he has another Crystal Flash ready.
Yeah, he does.
And I might have mentioned this before, but I have to wonder, is it faster to get speed first and then come back up here, or the other way around?
I would have. If it were me playing, I definitely would have gotten speed first and then come back here. I think overall that's a faster move, if we're just thinking about time. Now, the benefit to here, and I think the position that Blazer Gaming was in, though, is that he came up here with very little energy, so he had to do a farm first. So if he had gone to wave, he might not have had the energy to get out.
I would not be picking up items. I would just beeline to speed and back.
Yep. Forget that heart in the back, although he missed the jump, unfortunately. Doesn't have the high jump boot, so he's gonna have to take the scenic route out. So, good news, bad news. Good news is he's got speed booster. That gives him an easy way to leave Bubble Mountain. Bad news is he's short on energy, so he really can't afford to take many more hits.
Well, luckily, because he has Speed Booster, he could just get back to the business center from Frog Speedway. So energy should not be a concern at this point.
Shouldn't, which makes me wonder why he's going back in here to farm. If I were him, I would just be going straight back to the frog room, running through, get my butt back to Zelda.
Also, probably safe at this point, too.
Yep.
I mean, granted, these guys guaranteed or 98% drop power bomb, so I get it. But dot dot dot.
So I think the only thing I'm wondering is whether or not he's considering a lower Norfair dive. That's why he's farming.
Laser?
Blazer, yeah.
No, it's too
Otherwise,
early.
it doesn't make any sense
No,
why he's
it's it's
farming here.
it's too early for that.
That's what I think too. But why is he farming then? Like farming here makes no sense to me.
Just for another crystal flash, but at this point it doesn't matter.
Right, because he could have just gone back through the Frog Speedway. All he needed was one power bomb. Or there's something over here he wants, apparently.
High jump.
High jump. There you go. Okay. But then why not get high jump and do the crystal flash here? I don't know. That's just
He didn't
me.
have enough power bombs for the crystal flash, so he was farming the power bombs.
Gotcha.
Get out of there.
You got it, Blazer.
I mean, granted, he's got full reserve, so that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's still like we did all this.
Yeah.
Just get done.
The Scupula finally picking up their mini Moldorm cave.
So Blazer's gonna take the save here, perfectly fine. I
Mm-hmm.
think 98's enough to get through the one heated room to get to Frog Speedway.
Should be. So if you can get even if he doesn't actually get the gate glitch, if he wanted to head to Croc, for example, there is a spot down there where you can farm pretty well. But where is he going?
He may not think 93 is enough. Yeah, that's not a net gain.
Oh, he needed a power bomb to break the floor.
You are correct.
I mean, sure, could have done the long way through the maze, but that's definitely quicker. So I can see him going to the Croc Wave entrance, doing some farming, and then checking Croc. Meanwhile,
He's
Scupula on Death Mountain, going to the dark side. Gonna check out Super Bunny, Hookshot Cave.
and Blazer Game can just open up Croc because he does have the wave beam.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, the wave gate, the green gate glitch is in logic in hard, so
Mm-hmm.
it would be accessible even without the wave beam.
But choosing not to go there, interesting.
It's still not a lot of energy to make it through. Granted, you can get to the Nutella energy refill, but you still have to get there.
Yeah.
Also, he's just filling up power bombs, and sure, all right. There are space pirates on the way down, so it's a guarantee. So that's fine. And this is gonna be Croc.
Yeah. Definitely seeing a Croc play. We already knew we needed Ether for Turtle Rock, so Scupula getting that confirmation.
Still can't open it up because a hammer is still MIA.
Right? Where is that hammer? Meridia?
Can we? Let's think. Pod is accessible. Ice Palace is accessible. First chest of Swamp is accessible.
Well, it's not Key Sanity, so first chest of Swamp will still be Swamp Key. But
we don't have a hammer, so we can't go further.
Yeah, no, we can't go further. So there's nothing in Swamp yet. Pod, we have the bow, so we could certainly check the right side, see if there's something there. Ooh, and there's a sword that we knew about on the floating island. Scupula picks that up, gets his sword. Fluffy in chat, there's a bombable wall chest in swamp. That's true, there is. So there
Yeah.
certainly could be an item there.
Yeah, that's what I meant by the first. Like, yes,
Gotcha.
there is a chest that has a small key, but there's also that one bombable chest. That's
There's that
what
one
I
chest.
consider the
Yeah,
first chest. Yeah.
you are correct. Agina, I think, has been checked and it wasn't anything. Am I forgetting that?
Yeah. One of them checked it when they dipped desert.
Yeah, I think that was Scipula.
Oh, that was a fire rod.
Agina's fire rod? Well, no. We're seeing just a heart so far here. Nothing so far relevant behind Krog.
Rock. But Scupula is taking a dip into the Tower of Hera, where he sees a small key in the first check.
Not always fun. And I bet this is not the big key, right? So we
Nope.
do
So
have,
it's vanilla B key
yep, we've got some cutscene time.
or
Or
Herapot.
a hairpot. Now, I don't know about you, but for me, and I'll be honest, I don't even know how to do the hairpot. But if I see a small key that early, I'm going down there anyway, even if I did know how to hairpot. Because what if there's something in the big key chest?
Right. I know Herapot exists, and that's as far as it goes. So
Same here. I know it exists. I don't know how to do it.
yeah, but doing the Herapot here means you don't have the big key, which means you are leaving the big chest behind, which means if you don't have two items, you have to take that into account before you get out of here.
Yep, you might be taking a chance on something.
Which, granted, it's not a lot to just go back in, but you do have to keep it in mind.
And there should be a fun Moldorm fight. Fighter sword, no hammer. Like you're going true, old school Zelda.
Yep,
Mid-range form.
this is vanilla, and I think this is also NMG as well. But
Yeah.
I'm not super up on the
But
routes for
Scipula
that.
gets it. GG's. Scipula gets the kill. Evades the wall. And
And
rewarded with a crate.
and I think that's a map and a compass, so I think everything else is items. But he's gonna nope out anyway. Ooh. Alright, that's a new one on me. I've never seen that
Whoa.
before.
I have not either. Interesting.
Luigi just phasing through reality.
That was interesting.
Of course, as we know, Luigi just has those powers.
There was a tube somewhere, I'm sure.
And that's a high five for our runners.
Yes, it is. Scipula doing his ice beam check and crumble tower to find, I believe, nothing great.
There was nothing behind Croc that I saw.
No, nothing behind Croc worthwhile. Nothing at ice beam or crumble tower terribly worthwhile, I don't think. But again, you got Varia. No harm. So item for item. Scipula still has to get his charge beam. Other than that, they look fairly even. Scipula's finished. A couple more bosses, crystals, it looks like.
Scoop has the advantage of having Various, so his movement is a
Yeah.
little bit freer, and Blazer is doing the move.
He is. Doing the Suitless Meridia play.
Yep, you're gonna want ice for this one.
Ideally, ice, high jump boots, grapple. Like you want to have them all. If you want to have a decent Suitless Meridia, which, again, is one of the few things in the hard logic I just have no clue how to do. It's one of those, I get it, I see it, but I can't do it.
He's gonna reset the room. He's gonna respawn the crab and try it again.
So what you want to do is you want to freeze the crab, freeze the fish when it's on one of its lower patterns to jump onto it. One of the other things I've seen is you let the crab walk on the wall, shoot a super to make it fall, then freeze it, and then jump on it to get up onto the fish. And it looks like that's what we're about to do. Freeze, jump. Now we can move up. Need another freeze here. Freezes him in a good spot where you can jump on him. Now this fish is the tricky part. You need to freeze the crab to have the height, and then freeze the fish to be able to get on it.
So we see arrows at Main Street missiles, which can't access without gravity and speed booster. He's probably going to want to also check crab supers before dropping down to Mama Turtle.
Should be able to get on there. There it goes. Alright, so we just got some arrows there, like you said. So nothing at Main Street Missile. Boots!
You're going to want those.
You are gonna want those. They're crab supers. Even though Desert Palace wasn't locked behind them, GT might be.
They could also be things behind Bonk Rocks.
Bonk Rocks, you got King's Tomb, so there's certainly some implications for the boots.
Boots are at crab supers.
Yeah, crab supers. And we'll see Blazer pick him up in just a moment.
Yeah, this is an awkward sort of way to get in there because you don't have gravity and you have to morph at the right time.
Yeah, this is not an ideal boots location. But when you get back to Zelda, you have to go fast.
Oh, he needs to loop back around.
Yep. Scoop picking up his silvers. Yeah, he's got all the tools he needs on Blazer Gaming side to get to the beach area, which is the North Meridia. Having that grapple beam, he can get across, logically required. Check the sand pits, I think.
Yep, he can check the sand pits.
Which is not fun. Fun to watch, not fun to play.
You'll be able to picking up his speed booster.
And having a general better time in Norfair, having had that very suit from Graveyard Ledge.
Alright, so here's the question. Scupula has high jump boots. He can do the lava dive, and that's where he's going.
Where do we think gravity is? We've got access to ice. We've got access to Skull Woods. I don't think we saw all the items there. We might have.
Pod is
Pod certainly a
pod's
play.
accessible. I'm gonna think it's pod because there's 6 things in there.
Yeah, pod's a play for sure. Goop doing a nice wall jump here. Looks like we're going to see a grand lava dive on Scoop's side. Bravery, my friend.
Yep.
Bravery.
The lava dive is pretty easy with high jump boots. Without high jump boots, it is much trickier.
I wouldn't use the word easy because I still struggle with the Upper North Fair lava dive. But that's just me.
Yep. So because Scoopula does not have space jump, he cannot go to the left. So he has to go to the right. He can see what item is behind Gold Torizo, but that is as far as that goes. And he's not even going to go to Gold Torizo,
Nope.
which means
He's left. He's committed to either just checking the lower North Fair items or getting Ridley dead. Hard to say where he goes from here because he might have some double jumping to do.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that, to be honest, because we don't have a flute yet. There is no way to get to the mire area, so that is that is 5 checks that you are leaving behind just in the mire area, because you're also leaving behind Screw Attack also.
Yeah.
And both items in Gold Chorizo. So there's a lot of items you are just leaving on the table.
So here's my guess. He's going to do all of that. He's going to do Lower Norfair. He's going to walk past the drop to Ridley, check all the items up
That's
to
nice.
jail cell, etc. Then go back and kill Ridley. And then farm with the grapple beam enough missiles, which I think 29 is the required number for Gold Chorizo, before going back to Zelda. But I can certainly see him doing that backwards play. I favor the backwards play for Ridley.
Yeah, that probably makes sense. You do the reverse amphitheater and you end in Mire instead of ending in Upper Norfair.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Because maybe you find something in the Lower Norfair where there's a handful of items that helps you with the Vitreous, climb and fight. Clearly has enough to kill Ridley. Like, that's not a question, but also he's not doing that. He's going down to Ridley.
No, it makes sense. So you take the save here because it's still like you don't have charge, so it's still an iffy fight. He has way more supers than he actually needs, which is cool. You still have to do a lot, and then you have to get back here. You're gonna do everything in the Upper Norfair escape. I'm sorry, the Lower Norfair escape, and then you have to double back, go through Amphitheater the other way, and then end up at Screw Attack, and then figure out what you want to do from there.
Yeah. I think normally for me what I would do is I would be checking those items first before even coming to Ridley. So I would have gone to Fireflea and gone all the way up to the last item in LN, then double back, do Ridley, and then just escape from there.
Yeah, agreed. Meanwhile, Blazer is attempting to do the Mount Everest climb.
Tough thing. We said this earlier. Hard mode. Suitless Meridia. Not fun. That gates me out. Mad props to our runners for having the ability and wherewithal to do this.
You have a lot of precise motions that you have to do.
Yeah. And a miscalculation on one part costs you like minutes, not seconds. Oh, ooh, close.
Nice save.
Very nice save.
All right, Scoopio's going to take his 54 super missiles and beat up Ridley.
Mm-hmm. So Ridley takes 30 super missiles to beat, so more than enough if you land them all. You want to try to lock Ridley into a pattern. If you can get him into that pogo pattern, that's good.
There it is.
And Scoop finishes him off. Nice job. GG, Scoop. And we're getting a beach jack on Blazer Gaming side.
Ridley being vanilla Ridley.
Plenty of supers, so whether he wants to backwards or just continue on forwards and exit through the Bubble Mountain worm room, that's fine. Ooh, and Blazer taking the death.
I've done that before. Meridia hits hard.
It does. Especially when you don't have the suits.
Where is this? Is this business center?
I think so. That's a lot lost, but time-wise, did he pick up any items that are really
Boots.
important?
He has to go back to Crab Supers to pick up boots.
Boots, for sure. Okay.
And also the boots may not even be required, so...
Yeah, as our tracker points out, Maddie Walk heard, so we are closing in on the 2-hour mark. So just want to again give a shout out to our runners. Give them a follow, give our trackers a follow. Our tracker, Maddie Walk heard, myself, Crazy Gamer. I would think, though, that at this point, given what's been completed, what the items have, certainly Scipula looks to have a slight advantage.
Yeah, Various Suit is just putting him over the top. He can complete all of this, and then he'll also have access to the Mire area after this.
Yeah.
The escape had nothing, though. Well, almost. We have one last thing to check.
What will it be?
Ugh.
Just a nope tank. Or maybe I'm gonna go back tank.
Yeah,
What's
nope.
what's he
This is...
doing?
I think that was muscle memory right there.
Yeah.
He is going to do the reverse amphitheater play.
Okay. Which makes sense. I get that, right? Because that'll put you right back with going into Mire. You've got the boots now. Finishing off. Well, he's already done desert, but you know, if there was anything there, you could do desert. So
He does not have the boots. He did not go into Meridia.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. And there they are.
doing this without gravity is always always a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah. But he gets it.
But now he also has to get through. Let's go through a couple more rooms, and those are not free. Like this room here with the. I wanted to say side hoppers. I don't think they're side hoppers.
They're at the bottom.
Yeah.
There they are. But screw attack makes quick work of them. So we're good.
Correct, Disgiga. Now I do like this. You have to go back. I do like farming up energy because if you have to beat up Gold Chorizo, then you still need some. You do need to be ready for that fight.
Well, if you have the supers, there's a spot for Gold Chorizo where you can stand or sit, I should say, and not take any damage at all.
Yep, but you do need a critical mass of supers in order to do that. And
29.
granted, yep.
I think that's the number. 29 supers will finish off Gold Chorizo.
Luckily, there is an energy refill right here, so in case you have to do the fight, you're good on energy. Wake is our medallion for Misery Mire, and we have that, so we are good on medallions.
Hmm? Yeah, we can full clear Misery Mire. Not having a better sword, it's not great, but we can do it with a Master Sword. We have all we need.
And also, silver's for Vidi, so we're
Yep.
fine.
And Silver's for Vidi, yeah, we're good.
Alright, Blazer is checking out the beach, and it's an E-Tank, which you will absolutely take.
Getting plasma in the garage or closet.
Shed. It's the shed.
Shed. The shed.
It's some part of the house.
Some part of the house. And Fluffy asking why Scoop noped out of the Gold Chorizo fight. You know, not having space jump. It's not a very good fight anyway. You know, it's very time consuming. It's easy to get to, so makes sense to come back to later. If
Also,
even needed.
Also, for routing purposes, it is
Yeah.
extremely hard to get back to Mire without the flute, so you want to do this first, come back out, check Gold Chorizo, and then if you need to, then you reset out or do whatever.
Right.
And also, it's a green pendant Mire, so that's still also gross, but you don't have a better opportunity to do it, so you might as well full clear it.
And one of the thing funs about Mire is all this work for just 2 items.
2 items and the green pendant. So Blazer's going to show us, well, he may have intended to go with the right sandpit, but it looks like, or the left sandpit, but we're going to the right. Arrows and E-Tank is nothing, so that's going to be a
Mm-hmm.
reset back to the Aqueduct.
Speaking of that, with gloves, flippers, and Moon Pearl, backdooring Dragon is in logic.
Indeed, and I don't know if Ice Clip to Batoon is something that is required in hard, but we've
Not
had
only
that for a
that,
while.
but the ice clip for the snails is in logic.
That too.
So definitely plenty of things in Meridia to check out, because they could very well be in logic. What is on left sandpit? Missiles and
Yeah, this is a tough jump. And
that is
bombs.
bomb increase. So nothing needed there. So sandpits are dead. So now the question is, does Blazer Gaming go to Batoon or quit back, go to Zelda? Because there's still quite a lot of Zelda open.
I would probably want to go to Botwoon and then get back to Zelda through the Meridia Dark World portal.
Yeah.
So I think it would be easier to go forward than it would be to go backward through, uh, back through Main Street.
Right. And that's the direction it looks like Blazer Game is going, is through to Batoon. Which I would probably do the other, I would probably, skip out on Batoon and just head back to the business center. Nice ice clip there, so that's good. That definitely makes us more sensible.
Easy. And Blazer has Charge Beam, so can't soft lock out of this.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Scupula only has one item in Mire so far, and he's just gonna go straight to Vitreous, see if he has the second item, and if not, then I would assume he would dip back in.
Silvers, it's a quick fight. As we see, 2 more for Vit,
X-Book.
and done. For green pendant.
Botwoon just holding on to 20 rupees. Did we miscount items?
Possibly. Did you mean for Scoop?
Yeah, for Scupula in Misery Mire.
I thought we saw 2.
Bottle and supers. Nothing to write home about. Is this 5 going to be enough? No.
Yes, getting a little turned out on this fight.
Alright, so Scoopio is going to empty almost all of his missiles, save for 29 of them. Because at 29 or less missiles, he does not do the wave attack. He only fires the egg-like things. And he just decides to no bat the fight, which makes sense because there's no reason to be down here anymore. So his save is going to put him back at the ship, and from here he can decide what to do next. I would imagine he is going to go to the Dark World and start dipping dungeons. Meanwhile, Blazer is going to Dragon, but he is now stuck in the sand, and that's a problem because there were spikes under there. And also, Dragon itself does logically require the gravity suit, and yep, that's a death. Yeah, getting out of that sand, even with high jump boots, is difficult. Alright, Scoopio's going to turn in a green pendant and get himself an armor upgrade. So we'll see if Blazer Gaming attempts to go back to Dragon or go for the Dark World portal. Meanwhile, Scoop is going back to Kakariko, and he's going to, I assume, turn in the bottle to Sick Kid and then go to Village of Outcasts?
I would think so. And the bottle they've had for quite some time, so who knows? It very well could. Oh, he's skipping that.
Unless he already did it.
Have you already seen it?
Yeah, that has to be the case.
Must have already turned it in, yeah.
Meanwhile, Blazer is just gonna go straight through the sand pits and probably just end up back in, back on the mountain.
Yep, and I can see Scoop beating Skull Woods.
Yeah, the Dragon fight does logically require the gravity suit. You can do it; it is possible, but there is a whole bunch of different setups that you need to do in order to get out of the room, and those are not easy.
Whether you're talking normal or hard logic, getting out of Dragon without high jump boots and speed or space jump, it's definitely hard to do. There's a lot of things that can get you out.
Yeah, they could grapple climb. They could they could blue suit spark.
Yeah, if you have gravity and can get a blue suit or something.
Well, if you have gravity, then you could just gravity jump. That's fine. But without it, then
yeah.
Is this our first dip into Skullwoods and Mothula?
Yeah, this is the first dip to the back. Hey. Oh, and there's a hammer in King's Tomb on Blazer's side, so that's going to open up some things.
Huh. So you have your hammer at King's Tomb, you have your Varia on Graveyard Ledge. That you'd figure you'd just get both those at the same time.
Right.
Oh, and that's That's a good point in chat.
Except for where you got him.
The hammer was locked behind the boots, which means you absolutely needed to do that. Suitless.
Yep.
Well, for now, because we don't know where gravity is.
I'm gonna say
But
gravity's in. Where haven't we been yet?
we still haven't been to pod. We haven't been to ice. We haven't been.
Laser Bridge.
Yeah, because now Turtle Rock is accessible. We could.
Yep.
Yeah, we'd absolutely have that. Yeah, there's so many places that that are locked by the hammer that gravity could absolutely be behind the hammer.
For sure.
And with the hammer,
And this
Laser is going to
kinda,
just start chasing that and just go right to pod.
yeah, this kind of swings things. Even though Scipula has the crystal advantage, the item advantage, I would say now just kind of swung towards Laser Gaming with that hammer. Because you can just follow that and go through and maybe pick up some stuff that is along the way, but that's definitely an advantage.
Yeah, we'll see what comes of this, because I would imagine Scoop has to get to, he may last, I don't know if he'll last location, but he'll absolutely have to, go to Meridia at some point because he's got the loadout for it. So it was a bow-locked pod. Wait, no, that's a lie. It's not a bow-locked pod. There is a key there.
There's the key.
Now the thing is that Scoop can actually do more checks because he has the mirror, so he can, clean up T45. He can easily do he'd easily do purple chest turning. He can do Bombo's tablet because he's got a master sword.
Which is very true. Blazer still hasn't done front of escape, which he's had a lot to do. So it's not like it's interesting in races. Just because you're not doing something that's already been done doesn't mean you're not doing something that's getting you towards your goal, towards your progression. But he hasn't done front of escape, so at what point does he go back for that mirror?
Like we said before, back of escape is either a 15-minute check or it's a 2 hour and 30-minute check, which we're getting close to.
Right. The more and more we go, the more likely it seems like it's going to end up towards the latter.
You've got 18 bombs, you don't need that one. I would not be surprised if Scrupula checks the first possible check of Swamp, but looks like that's not the case. I mean, if you've got Hype Cave, then you should probably do that. And he'll pick up Tempered there, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, so where does Scupula go next? He's got the mirror out. I'm thinking this is first check of Swamp.
Makes sense.
So we know that Swamp is full clearable, but Scrupula does not have a hammer, so he can't go past the chest that's beyond the breakable wall. Oh yeah, let's just see Grav in the not in this chest, but in let's just see Gravity just in this next chest coming up. Just cherry on top of everything. Oh well. Alright, from here. Oh, is he taking Meridia backdoor? Where's this? No, this is... Oh, this is Flipper Checks. Hylia Island was nothing. Then I assume that this is going to be Pod? Or Pyramid? I would have assumed he would have checked Pyramid when he did Catfish, but... Oh. Huh. We missed it completely. Yeah, Gravity Suits and Pod, apparently. Alright, so Blazer is going to have a much easier time, and if I'm reading the logic correctly, then the Suitless Dive was not needed at all, because it was not required. You just had to just dip into Pod first. So, you know, it's either you do the Suitless dip first, and you get your boots to get your hammer, and then you single dip Pod, or you go into Pod that you can't complete, get your Gravity Suit, and then go back. So, really just your preference on how you want to route this. So Scooby-Doo's going to get his Gravity Suit relatively shortly. He won't be able to complete, but he'll have a movement advantage going back into Super Metroid. Meanwhile, Blazer is going to beat up a Helmet Hurricane. A good fight from Blazor. For just 20, but that is... I assume that's crystal number... I think it's 3, because I think Kraid is crystal. Yes, that is crystal number 3 for Blazer Gaming. Yes, I did mean third crystal. Yeah, crystal 5, the red crystal, is the one that that Pod dropped. Alright, so where's Blazer gonna head now? Yep, this is gonna be, I would assume, Pyramid Catfish. I don't remember if he checked Zor or not, but regardless, does not have the mirror, so he can't easily route that. Now, this is as close to Graveyard Ledge as he's going to get in the near future, so I hope he routes this in. Right. Right, because he has to go to Zelda Cell first. Hmm. And there's Gravity. For Scupula. Blazer saves and quits out because he can't go any further without the mirror. Goes back to Link's house. Where's Blazer going to go now? This is Swamp, it looks like, and that is a fully clearable swamp. Just kidding, going to Desert, it looks like. You're right, you're right, no mirror. No mirror, no mirror, no mirror. And this is where Blazer will pick up the Fire Rod from Agina and then clean up Desert. Scupula doing a think before he saves and quits. I would assume he chases Gravity at this point. Yep. Yep, I assume this is going into Norfair, up the elevator to Meridia, and this is going to be probably a full clear of Meridia. Yeah, it's, sometimes you just forget words that you've said, as it turns out. So this is going to be a much faster clear for Scupula, obviously, because he can move around very freely. He's going to see his boots. He's going to pick those up for sure. Pretty sure there was something good on the right side of Desert. You're going to see in a second. Oh, Spring Ball. How about that? Laser's now gonna go to the back. Meanwhile, Scupula is going to get out of Mama Turtle, head over to the yellow part of Meridia, clean up the rest of it. And this is a nice bit of tech here. This is the gravity jump. You get a lot of height, especially if you have high jump boots. You could also get up here with a Shine Spark if you came from the leftmost portion of where Mama Turtle dropped you off. And we're going to see these items for the first time because we were not able to see these before on Blazer's side. Nothing much, unfortunately. Good clean Landmo fight on Blazer's side, though. He's going to get a Phantoon token out of that. Okay, so I assume Blazer is going to now also chase the gravity suit, and clean up the rest of Meridia. Here's a question in chat, Earthworm Jim, but how? Well, when you load up the game, you can decide what sprite you have for both Super Metroid and A Link to the Past, and you can choose Earthworm Jim. Scoop is going to go back the other way, though? Oh, did he not check this before? He apparently did not. Just an E-Tank on either tablet, so nothing missed there. And Blazer is going to take the dip into Tower of Hera. Blazer is going to pick up the small key from Hera, and I assume that they are going to use that to get these to get the big key in the basement. Yep. Question chat, we already know where everything we need to beat the games are. Not yet. We are we in no mode? Let's see, our pendants are Meyer, Phantoon, and Eastern. So we don't need those. Hera's clearable. Swamp Palace is clearable. Skull Woods is clearable. Ice Pet. So yeah, so we are in no mode, but the runners obviously are missing bits and pieces. Yeah, we don't need... The only dungeons we don't need are the pendants. We need everything else. So, we don't need Eastern. We don't quote-unquote need Wreck Ship, but there were, I think... Actually, no, we didn't need, because Suitless Meridia was not required, so neither was Ice. So, didn't need that, and Meyer, I don't think, had anything. So, everything else we need to do. And I think we have everything we need. So the question is, when do our runners get the missing pieces? So let's figure this out. Blazer needs to get the mirror. We know the mirror is in Zelda's cell, so he needs to get back there at some point. He also logically requires Varia, but that's in Graveyard Ledge, which also requires the mirror, so he'll need to do that at some point. Scupula needs the hammer, which is in King's Tomb, so he needs to just get back there at some point. And that's it. So he is... Yeah, so Scupula just needs to get back to King's Tomb. Blazer Gaming needs to go back to Zelda Cell, and then to Graveyard Ledge. And then they're in go mode. Easy fight for Scupula. Getting the second crystal, which is not actually our second crystal, but there it is. Scupula, because he's in Go -1, he's just going to check all the items on the path. Of course, we know where the hammer is, but he's going to check everything, route it as best as possible. Question chat, does he have all 4 SM boss tokens? Yes. Apparently, yes. Ridley was definitely one. And there's another amount. Desert Palace, for sure. And there's others, but largely for when you're playing 774, when you're playing 7 crystals, for GT entry, 7 for GAN vulnerability, and 4. The only dungeons you don't care about are the pendant dungeons, unless PED's required. Otherwise, it's just beat everything except those 3. Question chat, where's King's Tomb? So, to the right of the Sanctuary, there is the drop down to the back of Escape, and there's also a tombstone that you can dash into. That is King's Tomb. Almost got the Plasma Spark, but not quite. Meanwhile, Blazer is back in A Link to the Past. He's gonna go back to the Dark World. Scoop finding out that there's nothing in Plasma. Now he has to get on out of here. A little bit tricky to do without Space Jump, but with High Jump you can wall jump out of here. Meanwhile, Blazer is in Skullwoods. Full clearable for him. He's got the Fire Rod. So that's going to be another boss token out of the way. It's not going to find the items he needs, but it is required. Yep, this is looking like a Shack tool check, which makes me wonder when Scoop did his last save, because you would ideally not want to make the return trip if possible, but if he didn't save, then he has to. Yep, you definitely want to route this in with the right sand pit. The trick is whether you did your save or not, because if you, let's say you saved at the Coliseum, then getting out is pretty easy, because you just go back to Coliseum, you go down a sand pit, and you just go back to the left. Meanwhile, Blazer took a death in Skullwoods, it looks like, so not terrible, but he does have to watch out, because you don't want to take a death in the overworld. Yeah, the 4 in 774 is the amount of Super Metroid bosses needed to open Turian. I'm wondering what decent item you can get. That is probably worth picking up. If you know where it is, you might as well. There's not a huge power difference between Tempered and Gold Sword, but you will see a difference in a small difference in the Ganon fight. Meanwhile, Blazer checked the chest under the bridge first. It's going to take the intentional death warp to get back to that entrance, because no mirror. And now he's going to go beat up a moth. So the question is, now, Scupula is going to probably head back to A Link to the Past, now that all of the Super Metroid bosses are gone. And the question is, what's the next move? He did pick up boots in Meridia, so the question is, does he chase the boots? If he does chase the boots, then he's in great shape. So he's going to take a save here, and I'm wondering what thing he's checking that he's going to save Scum. He could check Waterway. I think he already checked X-Ray. Meanwhile, Blazer is on the Moth fight. He is out of magic, but that's okay, because one sword swing did it. And that is a Dragon boss token for Blazer. Wait. Is this a reverse Bryn loop for Scoop? Has he not done this? Oh, nope, this is waterway. This is absolutely waterway. So if this doesn't pan out, which we know it's not, he'll just take the reset back to the save at Meridia, and then just go right back to A Link to the Past from there. Yep. While Blazer is in the Village of Outcasts, and I think he's going to do the mirrorless Smith chain, which is not pleasant. He'll do hammer pegs first, which makes sense. It won't be his answer, but route it in for sure. And this looks like a croc play for Scupula. Again, we know this is not the answer, but it is 5 or so checks. If he's going for density, this is absolutely correct. But at the same time, if he's going for density, then it's going to be a bit before he gets to the hammer, which we know is in King's Tomb. But at the same time... Oh, that's fancy. Sure. Absolutely. Anyway. While King's Tomb is a one-off check, it is also really accessible because you could just reset to the to Sanctuary, and it's right there. So if at any point he ends up in A Link to the Past and he decides to go that route, it's going to be a really easy check. The trick is he has to make that decision. So it will be at some point. It's just when. And Scupula, as soon as he checks Croc PBs, he will take the save, and then he'll check the other items behind Croc. He won't find what he's looking for, and then he'll reset out. Meanwhile, Blazer is going to go back to the Dark World. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you there. It feels like he's not going back there, and that's going to that's unfortunately going to just be it, because we know that that's where the answer is. Wait, did Scupula not take the save? I just assumed that he motioned to open up the door before going to the Croc PBs. So I just assumed that was his intention. I just looked away. But no, if he didn't reset here, that means he didn't save, so he has to go back up. Laser checking the purple chest, not the answer. Is he... He's going to the right. Is this Ice Palace? Is this an ice play? No, this is Zora. Again, we know this is not the answer, but it is something that has 2 checks. So, something that we are overlooking is that not only does Blazer Gaming need a mirror and also a Varia, he also needs another sword. So he's gonna have to find another sword somewhere, which he will, but it is another consideration for him that he's go -3 technically. You are correct. He does know where the other one is, and he does need the mirror for it, so effectively go -2. And there's a hammer. Scupula is in go mode at 244.19. So the rest he has to clean up. Pod, Swamp Palace, Ice Palace, Turtle Rock. And then the 2 final bosses. Meanwhile, Blazer is going to take the dip into Ice Palace. Again, not the answer, but is required, and it is full clearable. Scoop taking an unusual route to get to Ice Palace, but that will do it. So this will obviously be a much faster Ice Palace for Scubula because he's in go mode, so he just needs to look for a big key and then just book it to the basement. But Blazer is going to full clear this. Did Blazer... did he not Icebreaker? Ah, right. You don't need a big key. You can just, leave the blue blocks down and push the block down. Yep. Actually, not even. Wait, yeah, you can. But Blazer does get the Ice Palace bomb jump, which is super cool. Uses the hook shot to get all the pen gators pretty quickly. Yeah, at this point, Scupula, the only thing that would really help at this point is maybe a armor upgrade. Like, nothing else would really matter at this point. Nothing else would make any of the fights faster. Question chat, who is winning? Scupula for sure. He is in go mode. Blazer still needs to find a mirror and a Varia suit. And we know that the Varia suit is behind the mirror. So here comes the Cold Stare fight for Scupula. He's got Gold Sword. This is easy. I should not have said that. Misses the spin to hit all 3 puffs. So now he has to fight it. Why did I say stop? Oh, he's got fairies. He's fine. The initial spin was early, so it did not hit. You have to be in the spin right when Cold Stare is vulnerable. But that is another crystal for Scupula. I try not to commentate or curse, but as it turns out, when you say words, some of them will cause that. Mm-hmm. Yep. All the important items for them were right in the same area. Oof. There's a mushroom in Ice Palace. That could lead down a wrong path. So Scoop is going to clean up Pod. He already cleared the front of it to get the gravity suit, and he'll just go back in to go straight to the back. Yeah, at this point, we just assume that Flute and Space Jump are probably in Ganon's tower. Now here's going to be a little bit of a trickier fight for Blazer because he's got Fighter Sword. He's got half magic though, and some potions, so this is just going to be just Fire Rod spam. And also Bombos just to take care of the front half. And that's all 3 puffs down for Blazer, and that is another crystal for him. So Blazer needs... Well, it can't get in the swamp because you need a mirror for that. So there's no other... Oh no. I was going to say there's no other dungeons he can do. He can do TR. Because you can do TR without the mirror. You'd be orphaning Mimic Cave, but sure. Like if your Go mode's mirror, then you don't care about that. So we have to see where he goes. Again, his Go mode is Zelda Cell. Zelda Cell into Graveyard Ledge. Oh, he's gonna check Pyramid Fairy, because he's got both red crystals, and also he does not have enough money to buy a bomb. Meanwhile, Scupula takes down Helmasaur King. That is another crystal down. He's got 2 left. Swamp Palace and TR. Oh, this might be the play. If he's on this, then oh no, he's not doing Back of Escape. He's doing Houlihan to get money to do Pyramid Fairy. Earlier in the race, we saw Scrupula do the more typical Houlihan, where you jump into the water 4 times and then go into the drop down to force Houlihan. That setup that Blazer did is the setup that you if you have flippers, because you can't do the first setup if you have flippers. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that he would go into the back of Escape and then do Dark Cross, and then that was like the sort of the reminder to like, hey, I didn't do front of Escape, I should probably do front of Escape, but that did not happen, and we don't know when he's going to get back there. Hopefully after he does this, he'll be like, hey, I'm also here, let's reset back to Link's house, and then do front of Escape. Well, he could mirror from the pyramid, but he can't mirror from the pyramid because he needs to get the mirror to do that, and that's sort of the thing we need him to get. So Scoop is going to Go Mode Swamp, which is really, really good, because you don't need any items in the dungeon. You don't need the big key, you just go straight to the back. And let's welcome in the 196 Raiders from Speed Gaming 3. This is a Super Metroid A Link to the Past combo randomizer weekly race. We are getting towards the end of it, where Scrupula on the right is in Go Mode. He is clearing out the rest of the Link to the Past dungeons required to get to Ganon's Tower. Blazer Gaming is looking for the mirror, which we know is in Zelda's cell. And a question in chat, Avaria is on Graveyard Ledge. Also to that end, Blazer Gaming also does technically need the Varia suit, but once he gets mirror, we hope that he just chases all the mirror checks and eventually ends up on Varia. Good Grand Hell run, but obviously difficult. You have to be very good at the routing and everything, so it's an option. It's just you never want to do it. Meanwhile, on Scrupula's side, Gold Sword is just going right through Argus, and one Silver Arrow will just do him in. That is crystal number 6 for Scrupula. The last one is in Turtle Rock, and that will put him right at Ganon's Tower. And a question in chat, yes, he does need a sword, but he also knows where one is. There is a sword on the floating island on Death Mountain. So that is also locked behind a mirror. So once he gets a mirror, he'll pick up that sword, and then we know he'll get the Varia suit, and then he's in Go Mode. Meanwhile, Blazer is going to take his gravity suit and very likely clear the rest of Meridia, which we know is not the answer, but is required. Oh, I didn't even make that connection. It is, in fact, Luigi in both games. Might as well pick up 300 rupees. We're struggling to pay off the bomb vendor. Wait, what? Scoop, how did you do that? Did you just fake ether? I mean, granted, you had ether, but like, what? Scoopy is just doing stuff at this point. He's just doing stuff for the sake of doing stuff. So Golo TR is not super great because you still need to get a requisite amount of small keys to progress and the big key, so really the only thing you can skip is the lava chest, assuming a proper layout of small keys. Blazer takes down Dragon. Well, that's where our space jump was hiding. Not like we need it, but would have been good to have when we still had Super Metroid to do. The Blazer's gonna head on out, and we know where he needs to go, but the question is, does he go? And so Blazer's probably gonna check Plasma, and then probably Shack Tool. Meanwhile, Scrupula does not have a small key, so I don't... Not sure if they can check, if they can skip Lava Chest. Okay, cool. So he is going to skip, and I would also assume that he's just going to go right past Mimic Cave, because there's no reason to check it. Mm-hmm. Finding more Super Metroid stuff in Turtle Rock after we've already completed Super Metroid for the most part. So, a question in chat: how does the games go from Super Metroid to A Link to the Past? There are 4 portals in each game that take you to the other game. These portals replace caves and doors that don't effectively do anything in either game. So, let's say, in Meridia, what is normally a missile recharge station instead takes you to the Dark World. And so Scoopio's looking for a small key on Laser Bridge, and once he finds that, he's just going to go straight to Trinex. While Blazer is heading back to Norfair. So he is going to either head back into A Link to the Past, or he's gonna take the Grand Hell Run, which we know is not the answer, but alright, he's going back to A Link to the Past. Cool. So, as mentioned before, 4 portals. The door he just went into is normally a map station, but instead it takes us to Death Mountain. Meanwhile, Scupula very quickly dispatching of the first 2 heads of Trinex, thanks to the Gold Sword. And that is a very quick fight. So that is crystal number 7 for Scupula at 304.22. And here come some numbers in the chat. I wonder why people are posting numbers in the chat. Oh wait, it's the Big Key guessing game. There are 22 possible locations where the Big Key can be in Ganon's Tower. Take a guess, and if you're right, you don't win anything, but you can say that you were right. Meanwhile, Blazer is taking the dip into Turtle Rock. We know it's not the answer, but it is full clearable, and it is required. Scoop is going to go to the right, and that's usually the popular play. You check the first 2, and you hope you find a big key and a small key. And it's number 1. Who had number 1? Nobody. No, you got that in after it happened. That doesn't count. So question chat, where are the mirror and where are the flips? The mirror is in Zelda Cell. The flippers the flippers are in Thieves Town in the Blind Maiden Cell. So, a very quick Ganon's basement, and Scupula is making the climb up. Blazer takes a death in TR. I assume that was intentional because they were on the right side. Yeah, I think it was intentional because they did not have the mirror, and it's just quicker to take the death. In chat, where do you get silver hours in the normal game? That is in Pyramid Fairy, I believe. So you have to beat both Ice Palace and Misery Mire to open that up. Blazer taking a fairy, and always good to have backups. Scupula taking down Landmo 2, pretty easy, with silver arrows. That was almost a frame 0. Frame 0 kill for the Wizrobes 1. Laser checking the lava chest because he is desperately looking for a mirror. And or a Varia. But we know that the mirror has to come first. Question chat, what's in the GT Big Kess and Vanilla? Red mail. Now, Blazer Gaming is taking the route to go to Mimic Cave, but without a mirror, you can't get to Mimic Cave, so just continuing on the dungeon. This is also just a checkpoint of sorts. But also get you to the big chest, which also could just have the mirror or the Varia. Scupula takes down Moldorm 2, does not check the last chest in the game. And of course that is the validation chest, but oh well. Laser accidentally locking himself out of the chest. Alright, here comes some agonometry. And you line up your agonyms in a way that lets you hit multiple. Aga 2 is down, and now Scupula is gonna take a trip over to the pyramid and beat up Ganon. And this is Gold Sword, Silvers. Looks like Blue Mail. This is as good of a Ganon fight as you're gonna get. Yeah, so after this, he has to go after Mother Brain, which he has all 4 of the Super Metroid boss tokens, so Torian is open, and he could just go straight there. Scupula already in Phase 3 of the fight, which is about par for the course when you have Gold Sword. And gets Torch Glitch, so this will be pretty easy from here. Gets a double. And that's it. Get your single G's in chat for Scupula defeating Ganon at 3:12:24. It is a single G because there are 2 games you have to beat. So it's not a GG until you beat that other boss. Scupula turning off Screw Attack, which you may think is a weird choice, but it will save time in the long run, and we will talk about that when we get there. Though maybe you should have turned off Screw Attack after this. And Blazer is entering his Trinex fight. It won't have the items he needs, but it is a required boss kill. Also, doing this with Fighter's Sword is disgusting. You ideally want to do this with the hammer, if you have it, which he does. Blazer's getting bullied by Trinex. Yes, so Suitless Meridia was not technically required because you could have dipped Pod without the hammer to get your grav, and then go to Meridia to get your boots, and then boots get you your hammer. The hammer was in King's Tomb. Alright, so Scupula is damaging down here, which telegraphs that he is not going to do baby skip. It is a tough trick to do, so I do not, you know, if you can't do it, then whatever, but it is tough. Meanwhile, Blazer is on the second part of Trinex and is doing everything to dodge that last one, but down to one-hit KO range, so time to use a potion. And again, Fighter's Sword, Trinex is not pleasant. Scupula, of course, taking the energy refill. You need at least 3 E-tanks to survive Mother Brain's Rainbow Beam. And Trinex goes down. Yes. Hammer does tempered sword damage, but has a really janky hitbox. So here we will see, well, we almost saw why Scupula turned off Screw Attack. He was attempting to do the Zeb skip, which would have let him jump through the Zebetite, which would prevent the other 3 from spawning. Sky, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. Missed you for a bit.
Ha! Sorry, something came out.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry about
So obviously Scupula's in go mode. He eventually found his, and Blazer is full clearing dungeons, but he has not been to Zelda's cell yet.
Ah. I'm missing that very.
And he did not have enough magic and health to get to Spike Cave, but that's okay because we know that is not the answer. Right, so Scoop damages down to 3 E-tanks, and this will be no stand-up glitch, which is fine.
Right.
And apparently Blazer has not done Saha's Closet, so he'll be checking those 3, but that's not the answer.
We're Eastern, so hopefully checking that while they're there.
Yeah, there's... At this point, Eastern... At this point, front of escape does not exist. Like, it's just not there, even though we know
Yeah.
it is there.
Yeah. Rando's gonna random.
Yep. Sometimes the answer is just go to where the items are, and if you're... It's just unfortunate when it doesn't happen. This will be a pretty easy cleanup for Scupula.
I'm sorry for banishing for a minute. Sometimes things just pop up.
Yeah, no worries. So there's Mother Brain down, and Scupula will have 3 minutes to get off the planet.
Or also rescue the animals.
Yes, that is technically a thing you can do. Yeah, so comment in chat. It is tough to say what you would and would not have done. It's just sometimes you tunnel vision. That's absolutely a thing that happens. But
Sure.
it's also sometimes you just have to just route it in, and it's tough to route things in when you're doing other stuff. So it's unfortunate when it happens. But I have been on that end of it, and it's just not pleasant.
Yeah.
Alright, so Scupula takes the Shine Spark up, and he will be finishing up very shortly.
Very quick. I remember I had a seed where
Yeah, he's doing it! He's doing it!
he's gonna save the animals. Yes.
Or is it going to be a fake? No, it's a fake!
It's a fake. Oh man. We'll have to ask him about that.
Oh, but you don't have power bombs, so you have to do this with regular bombs.
But if you save them, usually it's open.
Correct. Everyone, get your GGs in chat for Scupula, who finishes up with a time of 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 3 seconds, coming in first on the restream and 10th overall. Other finishers include, in first place, Aussie101 with 234.07, Farfaloo in second with 244.29, MM2 Nest Cartridge in third at 245.03, Solsky in fourth at 249.40, Vinter in fifth at 307.25, SP Ridley in sixth at 310.35, Tony T. Young at seventh at 310.51, Windfox 470 in eighth at 315.44, Apathy Duck in ninth at 320.00.
GG's all.
And we have been joined by Scupula. GG Scupula.
GG's.
Hi, sup, Sky?
So, let's talk about let's see, what can we talk? Well, how'd you think of it first?
Surprised I'm not last. Probably should have got the boots a lot sooner. I'm guessing that's what the top half of things did.
Yeah, so we were sort of baited by this because it looked like it was a suitless seed, but if you routed it in a weird way, it wasn't, because you could go into pod to get your gravity, and then get your boots from Meridia, and then get your hammer. But yeah, that was not the case, but it was probably correct to do it suitless.
Yeah, by that point, there's usually a couple of ways to do things, and I just wasn't feeling like it today, so I was hoping. But actually, I was figuring the hammer's gonna be in pod, because anytime you get mitts fast, seems like that's the case. But
Yeah, I was assuming pod was going to have stuff, and like you guys were avoiding it the entire time, but eventually you did make the dip into pod, and that was the answer.
I'm surprised Hype Cave didn't have more than it did either, because I put that off forever too.
It was a pretty good hype cave, things considered.
At the time, anyway.
Yeah. So Mirror got missed him from the looks of things. That's, you hate to see that.
Yep, Blazer's gonna pick it up now, and he's gonna feel real bad.
Yeah, when I got it, I was like, well, I know people like to skip this. But,
Those are angry slashes right there. Yeah, so
there were some good ones, and another pendant Fantoon with nothing, so that was cool.
yeah, we were concerned because it had ice, and we saw a grapple beam in Link's house. We saw ice, so it was like things were starting to lean towards Suitless Meridia, and it kind of did, but it also didn't actually.
Yeah, sometimes I like to, if I already have access to something, if I get, more access, as it were, like try to bump that up the list of things. Like Ice, does stuff from the front, because I was going to do one of those, those one-time grab jumps you get from breaking the tube and get into Meridia that way. Probably would have got boots then, but then I screwed that up, and then I realized, well, you're supposed to be doing this by flippers. So then I was like, I'll just do it later.
Mm-hmm.
But then high jump, and then ice, and we had spring balls, so it was tempting.
Yeah, you were able to do a lot of Upper North Fair. You didn't do any hell runs, if I recall, so you were able to do all of that in one go.
Yeah,
Blazer did the hell run in Upper North Fair, and it didn't fare too well for him.
Yeah, that's another one that Varia was a doozy. Graveyard Ledge, anytime anything's there. And the reason I was up there is because I wanted that, since I checked for the lumberjack tree, saw a cape there, I was wanting it to be something, so, and it wasn't, but then I just kept going on and came up with it.
Yeah, we noticed like right away that like cape on the lumberjack ledge is scary, because there's a bunch of things that are behind that as well, and that could just be like a forced aga seed, even if it doesn't look like you need it. Like, you may be tempted to just go for it. Did you think that at all?
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to make, because it's really just bumper ledge. Spike cave isn't really a big deal, even if you don't have a cane, because you can do that anyway, but I was wanting to make sure that it was nothing, so that's why I winded up there first. And then there was that whole dip into, and I don't do this much, but when the opportunity comes up, I'll sometimes do it. I go to the back of Skullwoods without a sword just to get a chest. I was hoping it would be something, but not to be. Just that one bridge chest thing. So yeah, there were a lot of stuff went on. There's some people in here, I'm surprised, are just now getting done, and maybe they got the hammer and did hammer stuff, I figure.
Yeah, the hammer, like, we noticed it before, that the hammer and the Varia were pretty close together, because Varia was Graveyard Ledge, Hammer was King's Tomb, so if you had the mirror, you could have just gotten both like in one go, but that didn't turn out to be the case for either of you.
Right. Yeah, I'll have to ask around in spoilers later, see what people did, because, yeah, I mean, sometimes I get beat by a lot, it makes no sense, but this time, like, I definitely could see it a bunch of ways, especially with Fantoon being the way it's been.
Yeah, Fantoon was pretty much a nothing at this. We didn't know it at the time, but Fantoon was actually nothing. It was a pendant, so you didn't need it for the boss clear, and there was nothing behind him either.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Like, I for one don't mind these changes with the boss prize shuffle. I mean, that's what we're supposed to be doing, is shuffling the games, right? But very first week, Blue Pendant, or one of them, and Bow in there, and didn't do that till last, so I'm probably not the only one who's doing it anyway and feeling okay about it, but still just kind of...
Yeah. I feel like if we were not playing 774, like the changes would be more meaningful, but 774, it's just you're only discounting 3 dungeons out of the 10 plus 4, so it's not as impactful, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, 322 for doing everything but Aga. And under Metroid again. I can live with that.
Yeah. And I don't think it's uncommon to do Hundo Metroid most of the time anyway, so...
Yeah, it usually isn't, so I don't worry about it, but then, like, things like this where you have a pen and it's nothing you need, and you're like, well, that could have got skipped. I wonder how many people did it, etc. So.
Yeah. Well, we'll see where things end up. But
even Croc too. It's like, well, that's what's missing. That's what's missing for sure. Croc's got a hammer for sure. No, not even Croc. So that was another one.
So here's something I want to ask you. It's so when you beat up Croc, you grapple beamed his arms, it looked like, and they just sort of went a different way from the rest of his body. And then when you went into Turtle Rock, it looked like I'm gonna say fake ether, which I'm sure is not the actual thing, but it looked like you did ether, then menued, and then went to Canis Samaria, and then ether just activated. So that was... I've never seen that before. And I thought you were
going to talk about the bridge things. I'll do that when I'm in here if I have boots, because if you do it right, it'll pop the platform, and it's pure swag. But the other thing now is just like, as long as you hit Y, you can switch to whatever and it still goes. That's all I did there.
Gotcha.
And then the Crocomire thing, thank Abe Sneaks for that one. The only thing I heard about that is make sure you're not doing it when Croc hits the bridge. That's a problem.
Neat.
What kind of problem? I don't know. I'm not brave enough, but I hear it's unpleasant unless you have a save or something.
That sounds like something to do when you're not in a race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and sorry about the end there. Any animal lovers in here? But well, today I learned that the animals are the ones that open the blocks for you, apparently. So too bad. I guess I thought those were just gone, but apparently not until you actually open the animal doors.
The other solution to that is just to have a lot of power bombs so Mother Braid doesn't zap them all from you.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know why I did it. I was just feeling like it after the way this thing went. But I was going to turn around and do Alcatraz. I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah, fair. Alright, so Blazer gets his crystal, and he's got all the crystals. He just needs Varia to... Actually, does he? Yeah, he needs Varia because he needs to beat up Ridley. So, he needs to make his way to Graveyard Ledge.
Blazer, I don't know. I haven't really watched him play. He's been above me a lot of times in these rankings when we race. I don't know what is in his tool bag there, to be honest.
Well, he's gonna go after Mother Brain right now, which is fair. It gives him a chance to figure out where he's gonna go after this.
Think things through.
So while we were talking, Blandation finished 11th at 327.27. Ancient Gamer finished in 12th at 328 flat. And is it Eker in 13th at 333.26?
GG's. Comments might be pretty good.
I would imagine, yeah. Now, this is a reasonable check to make. You could also check this on the way out if you haven't beaten Ganon yet. Like, because the escape doesn't... The timer's not going, and you can do this on the way out, just not spark up, but also fine to do it now. That's a moonfall.
Yeah, I see no flute either way. That was another one that was like, well, I wanted to make sure I could finish Ridley and Meyer if I was going to go to Ridley, and then I could, but then it was like, well, it's a pendant, even though it's green. It's like, if I don't full clear it and leave something there, that's trouble, but of course there was nothing.
Yeah, that's... Without the flute, I don't blame anybody for full clearing Meyer in that spot, because there's... Getting back there is, like, when do you get back there?
That's... And if it was like a head-to-head, I'd probably skip it, and then if it's it's the last location and you already lost or something, but something like this, I figure I'll just eat it and do it. No cutscene. That's positive.
Yep, I assume this is now Mother Brain. Right, Ridley is... I thought Ridley was Crystal. No, Ridley is a Super Metroid boss, so we cannot do Mother Brain right now. So I guess go back into A Link to the Past. No, that's not the answer. Is he doing it? I think he's doing it. Alright, let's see it. You don't need Varia if you just beat Ridley without it. Luckily, this is going to be a little bit easier because he does have space jump, so he can move around easily.
Yeah, he has good movement. He's got health. He can do a few crystal flashes.
Yeah, he's got enough for 3, so that should be enough if he maneuvers correctly.
Hmm.
I'll be honest, you couldn't give me enough ammo to even attempt this. I'm not that brave, so props to Blazer here. And that said, I'm gonna probably hop into chat and watch from there. So thank you both.
Yeah, thank you
Bye.
for an awesome run. Thank you, Scoop. Appreciate it.
Once again, GG, Scoop.
Yeah,
Yep.
geez.
And thank you, Mad, for the buttons. Once again, appreciate it. Good times.
Indeed. And as we mentioned before, we can't do this without trackers, so props to Maddie Walkard.
Yeah, for Mad, for our tracker, for our commentators, please give a follow. Our runners, they put on an amazing race. Give them a follow.
So I would probably have gone into Fire Please because that's not a heated room and done a Shine Spark there, but I'm not the one running.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. Has the Crystal Flash ability, but still, it's not an easy in or out.
So here's the first Crystal Flash. Now he has to use another Power Bomb to break the blocks again. Has charge. Well, also there's that, but burned a bunch of energy doing that. And that's this is not looking good.
No.
He doesn't have them in the right pattern to do the thing he wants them to do. Yeah, resetting the room is probably correct, but at this point he's gonna have to burn another Crystal Flash to even get to Ridley, and then he's gonna need another one on the way out. Oh no.
Oh. You hate to see this.
He's gonna wait out for another one, but
Yeah.
he actually doesn't. Ooh. He only has one more, right?
Yep.
'Cause
One more. You need 11, so he's gonna probably use this, finish them off, and then he'll have to farm after probably Ridley.
And farming is bad because the energy is still ticking down. Like I don't think you can get enough energy to get a net positive.
Right. At least he's done trying the speed strat.
Yeah. Also, he can get 2 more power bombs from the enemies that drop power bombs 98% of the time. So he does have another Crystal Flash, but he's gonna need it after the Ridley fight.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna have to get back to the save at least, or at least get back to Fire Fleas on 10 E-Tanks and reserves. Meanwhile, Vion finished up in 14th with a time of 3:41.51. does have charge, so he has charge plasma, but this is... Oh, he can't Crystal Flash anymore. He doesn't have enough supers.
Oh, and he resets.
So it looks like he's going to try it again.
Yep.
There was some seed that was in the beta of what did become 11.3 that had Ridley as a crystal, but the requirements were 6 crystals to get into Ganon's tower. So Varia ended up in Ganon's tower, and I was looking for an item. Like, it was either going to be a Go Mode something else or a Go Mode Varia. So I did the Grand Hell Run, and it is not easy. So any props to, whoever can do it, because I had a full Super Metroid loadout, like 14 E-Tanks, 4 reserve, everything, and I still couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's not easy doing a Grand Hell Run.
Alright, he's at least past Metal Pirates, so he'll open up the door, and then I assume he'll do another Crystal Flash. He's going to burn to get rid of his reserve. Here's a Crystal Flash.
Could still have one left over. Except for the supers.
Yeah, he has to be mindful of the supers. It says 36, but it's really 26. Ridley is not cooperating.
Not at all.
And there goes the Crystal Flash. Ridley's down, but you need another 8 supers to do a Crystal Flash.
Might farm on the way out.
Or you get lucky on the drops.
Or that.
And you do not. I would probably burn the reserves now.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if this is gonna work.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I would have definitely stopped and farmed a bit.
Big Energy's nice. Needs 2 more supers really quickly. That's it.
Oh, man.
Still in it, though.
Yeah.
That didn't work out.
Jeez.
So I'm pretty sure you can blow up the blocks, start going through the corridor, and then do a crystal flash in the corridor, and it doesn't screw up anything.
You can. I think he's just having some bad luck with timing.
That's likely. Very good. I do like how he's intentionally conserving the power bombs, not using it on those two spots. Gives him enough for 2 crystal flashes. Well, it gives him enough power bombs for 2 crystal flashes. He would need enough supers for the 2 crystal flashes plus the Ridley fight.
Which, if you can get through the Ridley fight and then farm up using the grappling hook like he seemed to start to, you'd be alright. It just seemed like he mistimed it or something.
Luckily, the Shine Spark did not punish him this time, and he'll go through. It's going to go straight in. Not sure how safe it is to do a Crystal Flash in the Ridley fight, but I guess we'll see.
We will see.
Unless he can do it on the energy he has now. Using missiles here is not great, because it's 1 missile to... It's 6 missiles to every 1 super. Yeah, nope. Excellent.
Nice pirate room there.
Probably going to a Crystal Flash somewhere about now. Okay, so he has exactly enough for the fight plus a Crystal Flash. Has to be enough, right?
Look, he's opting in favor of missiles instead of supers to save for that Crystal Flash, but
Yep,
gets
that's it.
Ridley down.
All right, so assuming, yeah, he's got it.
Yep.
All right, so if he CFs in this room, then he's good. Or he could just go to the...
Done.
Yes, freeze it and leave it there, please.
Right. Alright, so he should be good to go from this way out.
I think so. And I assume he just takes the upper Norfair exit and just
Yeah,
books it back to A Link to the Past.
I would think so.
That's daring.
Still doing the checks, maybe looking for an E-tank. He is in go mode.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. He just went right by the safety save, which,
Right.
again, it's daring. Yep, only supers take care of those.
Yeah. Maybe looking for another Crystal Flash.
I did not know that PBs can take out the Namahes. Okay, so he's 7 supers off from another Crystal Flash. I don't remember what's on the route out of here, but if he can find another E-tank, then he's also good.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything on the way out, so he just gotta make his way out. So the only room left that could pose a problem is the one with the key hunters.
I mean, he's got screw attack, so it's not terrible.
Yeah, shouldn't be too bad.
Question chat, he does not know where Varia is. He got the mirror, and we know it's behind the mirror because it's at Graveyard Ledge, but he did not
Mhm.
check Graveyard Ledge. Oh no.
Oh.
Let's beat up Ridley again. So you have to wonder what's going through Blazer's mind right now, because is he full, like, is he all in on doing this and just completely ignoring Varia, or what do you think?
I would think he's all in on this. I mean, you're committed at this point, but at the same time, probably questioning yourself, like, what did I miss? Obviously, it's not in logic. So,
I mean, he has to know it's behind the mirror, like 100%, right?
yeah. So it's probably, I mean, if I were him, I'd be frustrated. You know, I've killed Ridley, what, 2 times already. I've gone through it. I've done the Lower Norfair thing. Clearly I missed something. So what do? Do I continue to do the Grand Hell Run? Do I try to go back and find the mirror? I mean, it's...
Yeah, it's tricky at this point, because
Yeah.
like like we're 4 hours in, like, if I was in this position, I'd be like, either, like, if I decided to go with this way, like, and comment in chat I agree with, this is either find it or get it done, or you're done. Just
And I'd agree with that. If I was on Restream, which I've been a couple times, and I'm at this point, you know, I know my opponent on the Restream has finished already. Most other runners have finished already. You know, I'd probably consider forfeiting at this point too.
Question in chat: is there a motivation not to forfeit? There are still other runners in the race. They are active. So, not last is the motivation.
And we have another dead Ridley.
Question in chat. Varia is in Graveyard Ledge. So Blazer got the mirror way late. It was in Zelda Cell, but it was pretty much last locationed. So he has to know that Varia is someplace that the mirror, blocks. So it's either in Swamp, or it's in P45, or it's in Graveyard Ledge. So
Not even blocked. I mean, that's a Sphere 1 check.
Yeah, but this looks way better, and he is going to take the save with this good health, so he's probably going to finish this off. Yep, only forward. Ridley did not have anything, but he was a Super Metroid boss token, so he was required. So Ridley just had Ridley. And Blazer is out, and he's going to take Frog Speedway to get back, and
Good.
he will finish this off. He will go to Ganon's Tower, and then finish off Mother Brain. Well, he has to stop at the floating island to get a second sword.
So we'll have a silver Ganon.
Yep, he's gonna probably buy up some potions, which is fair.
Yep, I would too. Where's he going?
Potions. He checked his bottles. They were empty, so he's going to fill them up.
Oh, okay.
Because he has to do
I thought they had the flute.
No, he does not have the flute. We did not find it. We assume it's in GT.
Gotcha.
Also, a Master Sword fight is not going to be pleasant. Granted, he has silvers, but you do want the backups. Nice maneuvering around the dead rocks, and then just gets hit with cabbage. And there's a Master Sword, so now Laser can go beat up Ganon. So we know he has to go to the right side. And there it is.
Keep going. There it is.
Just to grab a small key, and then he'll be good. Late in the gauntlet, but he has potions to back him up. I would use one of those right now.
Would I?
Okay, good for now. Labo 2 is down. Yep, just gonna check these two chests. Obviously looking for another sword to make the Ganon fight a little easier. We know that the other swords are somewhere else, but it's a reasonable check to make when you're on Master Sword. Jeez. Nice game. Chat, Plasma Beam was in the Mire Shed. Yeah, Blazer Gaming picked up the flute in the chest just before Moldorm 2. And Aga 2 is down, so here comes Ganon. Hey, look at that, the flute works. So Master Sword fight is not great, but it is doable. we're on phase 2. Yeah, so the lore is that Ganon was possessing Aghanim. Yeah, 1.5 hearts is 1-hit KO range in the Ganon fight, so time to use a potion. And use the hook shot to avoid, but the Cane of Burna also works. And we're past the hard part. Now we're in phase 3. Glitch with the lamp. And it's just 4 silvers to the face. One get a single G in chat for Blazer Gaming, taking down the Big Pig at 4:21:52. One down, one to go. You know, we've been watching this for a bit, and I did not realize that Luigi was shooting the beams out of his fingertips. Obviously, Luigi is very powerful. Obviously, with Ice Beam, just the Metroid rooms become really easy. Select Metroids 4 and off to the baby. Close.
I just missed.
Likely saving supers for the Mother Brain fight. Takes 60 supers to get past Mother Brain 2. Turns off Screw Attack and does a successful Zeb Skip. Very good. And the rest of this is going to be either missiles. It could also be charge plasma as well, because I think he has full beam combo. Charge ice, wave plasma. Yeah, that should be full beam combo.
Should have. No, we're gonna get this thing to push though.
And heads up play, remembering that he does not have area, so he takes more damage to the rainbow beam. And it looks like he's going to do stand up. Looks like a successful stand-up. Another brain down. So it's one escape, and then we are done.
Yes. Do we save the animals?
It's going down. Is this going to be another fake, or is this going to be a for reals? And those animals are saved.
For real, they are saved.
Go and get your GGs in chat for Blazor Gaming, who finishes second on the
GG.
restream. And 15th
Well done.
overall, with a race time.gg time of 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
GG's.
And we'll see if we can get Blazor in for an interview. And we have Blazor joining us. GG, Blazor.
Welcome, Blazor. GG.
GG.
Ugh. So that was a rough one, wasn't it?
I hated that seed.
Yeah, that was just awful. So, would you like to know where Varia actually was?
Yeah, sure.
Graveyard Ledge.
Okay, yep. I didn't have mirror at the beginning when I was doing that routing. So I
Yeah.
just said, well, I'll just go see if I can do it without it. And that was a stupid idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's like front of escape, like we mentioned like before, it's either a check you do in the first 15 minutes or you do it at 2 hours and 30 minutes. Like there's no in between there. So
Yeah.
it's like whatever's there, either you have it right away or it's last locationed.
Yeah. I basically avoided Hyrule Castle and I want to say EP in that area pretty much until the end. But then by that point, when I got the mirror, I'm like, well, I'm not going to do any mirror checks.
Yeah. Did you decide right away that once you found the mirror that you were just gonna Grand Hell run and just finish it off that way?
Yeah. I was like, I'll just go. I think I have enough health to kill Ridley. And I don't think it was killing him that was the problem, it was getting out of there.
Yeah. Doing the Grand Hell run, you have to manage your Crystal Flash ammo pretty well, and you got there. So that's like, I've tried it before and it's awful. So that was well done.
Yeah. I wasn't even sure how much health I was supposed to have for Mother Brain either, because I'm not used to being Varialess for fighting. So I just took a save just in case. I'm like, all right, based on how this run's going, I'm just going to save everywhere now.
That's fair. Yeah, so Suitless Meridia was it looked like it was a thing, but logically it was not, because you could have dipped pod to get gravity and then got your boots from Meridia to get your hammer. So were you thinking Suitless Meridia once things started to like come into play?
I basically thought that I went wreck ship and got Ice Beam. So I was hoping that it was a Suitless Meridia, and then I got the boots and I thought, oh, maybe it is. But it sounds like it wasn't.
Yeah, it technically wasn't, but I think for routing purposes, probably doing Suitless to get the boots was probably correct.
Yeah. Now, the smart thing to have done would have been to just leave after you got the boots. And I tried to go and kill Dragon.
Yeah.
Get there and like, nah, I'm getting out of here now.
Yeah, that's a tricky fight. Like getting out of the room and also doing that. So don't blame me for bailing out of that.
Yeah. There's a lot of poor decisions made that run.
It happens. I don't think I had any other questions. Sky, you got anything?
No other questions. I think you covered it. Thank you.
Where were the other swords? Like, I felt like I couldn't find a sword to save my life that game.
Swords are a mystery.
Yeah, Scoop found all 4. Let me just figure out where they were.
Oh.
So there was one in Mickey Mouse.
Oh, okay.
And one in Shack Tool.
I wasn't going to check either of those two.
Yeah.
Well, Mickey Mouse, I was forced not to check because I didn't have Varia, but I kind of refused to check Shack Tool.
Correct. That was absolutely correct.
Well, at least I finished, I guess. There's that.
Yeah. When I run these races, it's always don't be last, and that's the goal. So, count it as a win.
Yeah. I'd like to apologize for taking so long. It's almost more than an hour difference from the other person.
We got to see the Grand Hell run, so all good.
All good. Thank you.
No problem.
I'm gonna say, since I'm still here, I'll tell you again, GG's. I didn't mind. It was, I said at the time, anybody who does that Lower Norfair thing is braver than I am. So seriously, big GG's.
Yeah.
GG. It did not pay off.
Yeah. I mean, if I didn't find it, I would have probably thought about it, but it's just not fun.
Yeah. I think I was just too checked out to keep searching for more items. I was like, just go.
Yeah.
So, I think that's gonna do it. So, yeah, GG's to Blazer, GG's to Scupula, and this is a not the worst seed it could have been, but it was definitely a show for sure.
Thanks, Goopula. Thanks, Blazer Gaming. Thank you, Crazed Gamer. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Speed Gaming. Have a great night.
You too.
Have a good night, and we will see you next mission.
Mhm.